My mouse is not working. There we go. Thank you for the battery in the pad immediately. Hello. And then, ooh, it's for 2 minutes. Okay, damn. Hello. Hope you're all doing well. Welcome in. Welcome in and welcome back to Flowers. I did indeed forget a thing. Why is it? Every time I forget at least one thing. Where's my controller? There it is. Arise. I have arrived. Press all the buttons. Yes, press all of the buttons. At least that way we know whether I have properly started all of my stuff so my bots react, yada yada yada. Like, at least we find that out immediately. Or whether the pad is once again not working, that kind of stuff. So I appreciate it. Yeah, we're back with Flowers. Sorry. We are still stuck. Well, stuck. In the second to last chapter of this entire game. We have yet to actually get the prompt to solve the mystery, like we as the player, because about everyone involved at this point knows the mystery except for us. So that's like mechanic wise, I guess. Mechanic wise, we still have to get the prompt where we have to solve the mystery for ourselves. And then there's only one more chapter, and then we'll actually be at the end of the game. But I highly doubt that we'll actually make it. I feel like just barely, we will not be able to finish the game tonight. So we'll see how that goes. Whoa. So everyone remembers the twin sister that we're dating, Dingo, apparently got assaulted and has now a very badly sprained ankle. And then and Nidina just tried to, or succeeded in naming herself as a culprit despite her not being the culprit. We wanted to solve the whole thing without blaming anyone in particular, and then she jumped in and was like, nope, I'm gonna take the blame for all this. So now after school is gonna think that she maliciously attacked another student. So that's honestly not really the smartest move here, I feel. But we're gonna actually talk to the people involved and find out who it really was. Remember what's that? Yeah, I don't know. You guys remember things? You guys have brain capacity? I don't. A full day after Ichigo-kun left my room, there's a sound of door opening. Hello. Yeah, the familiar purr of a wicked cat. And we're right back at it. Ooh.
ちょっと持ってきたのは私じゃない。
Looks like she's brought having a tea partner along with her. The loud voices bring me feelings of both relief and irritation.
お前の手は私の手も同じだろ。風邪をひいたって聞いてましたけど。
Oh, that sounds like an interesting idea, though. Gotta tell me more about it.
思ったより。
Heavy affiliate. Wait, is it? Oh, it is. Wait, sorry, hold on. You made me drop my controller. Hi, you're right, it is. Twitch notified me.
Okay, Twitch notified me about this a time ago because they're like, oh, you can now celebrate your anniversary. You don't have to do it on the exact fucking day. Like, I can choose a day around like 2 weeks before and after it, but I forgot. But I guess technically yes, today is the exact date when I gained anniversary status. That's about right. Oh, interesting. This game is very pink. Honestly, I think it just looks like that because my overlay is very pink. If my overlay was a completely different color, it would not be that much. But yeah, I am. Basically, Uto is for when you want to make your own voice banks. They're not commercialized. There's also some very well-known Utos. Tito Kasane, for example, started off as an Uto, but has since been a little overhauled because she got really big. That kind of thing. But yeah, make your own voice banks, make them sing. There's a lot of that. You spend too much time on dark mode and browsers. Fair. I'm also always a dark mode user, so it's pretty interesting seeing all of my stuff here be bright pink. But yeah, hi, welcome in, Zan. Thank you. I was planning on making a proper anniversary stream, but as with all things recently, it's just been I'll say it like it is. I'm happy I'm even streaming because it's like I don't know. I want to do stuff, but I don't have the energy. And I hate not having the energy to do more so like things you'd actually have to prepare for. So I'm like, you know what? I'm sitting down right now. I'm streaming a game at least, so what more is there? There's a lot of things I could be doing, but I don't know, baby steps, I guess. Just getting back into properly regularly streaming again is already been way harder than I thought it would be for some reason. Tito's Yen Bang is really bad. Oh, I wouldn't know. I never looked further into those stuff. There's a few creators many years ago that I would follow who had really good voice banks based on their own voices. But I do not know anything works. Yay, right? Like I'm telling myself that as well. It's like I'm here. I took a nap yesterday because I was so tired. I was like, okay, you know what? Since my stream is gonna start a little later now again, like we're starting all of the streams in the evening basically, so at least that way I will have an almost guarantee we won't get interrupted by my parents. But then I fell asleep like so deeply, I slept through like the entire evening. And sure, I could have started a stream at like 11 p.m. at night, but I was like, you know what, no. I'm not in the headspace right now to do a proper stream, so I end up not streaming anything at all. But yeah, here we are. So we're gonna stick to our cute girls who have trouble talking about their feelings, and hope things turn around for everyone involved, and stop beating ourselves up over of a not being like the be all and end all to everything you've ever wanted to do in your life. She's just busy offline as you are, and you've accepted your role. Yeah, like, honestly, in the first place, it's supposed to be fun. There's no fun if in me like beating myself up over like not adhering to some goals that my mind has set for itself. So, I can tell you one thing: as soon as the weather improves, as soon as we move on from winter, which is gonna take a while still, and the weather here has been crazy recently. It's several degrees below freezing currently still, and it's killing me. I'm not made for the really hot weather, but I'm also not made for this cold. Like, I need some sun. I think I should look into getting some vitamin D. Like, if I can get it through the sun and everything, I need to get it somewhere else, because good God, I am missing a lot of vitamins. Probably. And then it's gonna get better as soon as I can actually see like the sun again. I think it's gonna we're gonna improve. Yeah, I am staying warm. Listen, I have a jacket on right now, warm socks, everything, so we're good to go. As I continue staring up at the ceiling, I sense her approach the bed and examine my face.
体を起こすことはできますか？少しでも食事をとった方がいいですよ。
The wholesome scent of a chicken broth mingling with the zing of ginger and onion whets my appetite.
体を起こすのが辛ければ食べさせてあげましょうか？
Ooh! The idea of giving into hunger at a time like this pisses me off.
いい。え？いらない。腹は空いていないんだ。
I can sense a discomfiture. Yeah, I can address this me next.
食わないと気分がめいる。どんな時でも食べないとダメだ。
I am already depressed, girl. She sounds like she's admonishing a child. But I don't want to talk about anything, let alone do anything.
コミカド先輩の話聞いてます。無期限の謹慎処分になったそうですね。
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's what you get if you say that you assault another student.
2回への回での話がどうなって禁止ですが、八代先輩が調べていた鐘楼のルーガルーのことですよね。
Now, whatever makes you think that? Sharp as ever, she's hazarded a pretty good guess.
謹慎処分になったことからコミカド先輩が疑われて、裏が取れるまでのとりあえずの措置ということなのでしょう。だったらあなたがコミカド先輩の無実を証明しないで誰がやるんだ？
Right. She's absolutely right. But you see, I told my best friend how I felt about her, then I rebounded with Ningo-kun, and then she went and exhibited that damn self-sacrificial streak of hers again. Stupid as it may be, I still love her. Who the hell even am I? Why is everything I do so half-assed? I tried to resolve the web of the bell tower incident without tipping the scales either way. The whole thing was just a half-hearted attempt to try and look good in front of everyone.
八代先輩、どうでもいい。ん？どうでもいいと言ったのさ。今まで僕はネリーのことだけでなく、学院のみんなが幸せに過ごせるように骨を折った。だが、もう心底どうでもいいって気持ちになっているんだよ。
Understandable.
どうした？がっかりしたか？だが、こいつが今の僕の偽らざる気持ちだ。八代先輩。君も世話を焼くなら、自分のアミティエにしたらいい。あいにく僕は事足りてる。八重垣君と違って、足りないのは心だけだ。
I mean, good for her for finally speaking her mind, but Her reaction makes me realize without having to look in the mirror that I'm sneering nastily.
コミカド先輩のことはどうするつもりだ？ネリーのことなんて知ったことじゃない。
That's not true. I feel like I hear an inner voice asking me, really. Wheels squeak ominously bat-like. The palpable sense of anger in the room grows distant.
下劣って言葉があってよかった。あんたを表現するのにぴったりだ。
Okay, now explain to me what that word means exactly, because I think I can like take it from context, but I would like a proper definition. Ooh, same as despicable, but okay. Damn. Yeah. Okay. Ouch. My mother showing her a modicum of respect by using the link of the sport Yaegaki-kun so loves. I drove away Ichigo-kun and now I spurn Yaegaki-kun. There's another girl who'll probably come by so I can make it a third. My lips curl unpleasantly as my eyelids slide closed again. Oh, knock knock. A knock comes and I slowly open my eyes. Night must have fallen at some point as I lay there, eyes closed but not asleep. I squint into the darkness as my retinas adjust to the dim light. He who fights with monsters might take care lest you thereby become a monster. And if you gaze for long into an abyss, the abyss gazes also into you. Think of Nietzsche's famous quote. Whispering back at me, myself or...
入っていいと言ってはいないのだがね。
My scathing words don't cause so much as a fault in the purposeful steps echoing through the darkened room.
討論会を終えました。
Oh, hey! I think in this entry she really doesn't show up. Like, much at all. Like, sure, obviously the first one establishes her character, the first one is her thing. And in the second one she already starts taking a step back because it's not her romance in that one. But in this one especially, she's really, really taking a step back. So does Shirahane speaks. Presence is so faint she could be alive or dead for all I know. But I can tell that she's staring at me appraisingly, like a ghost hovering over me, impossible to ignore.
結果は5名全員から承認されました。
Oh.
会長選に立候補する条件が揃いました。そうか。そいつはよかった。よくなんかありません。
A fearful tinge to her words causes me, for the first time, to turn my gaze away from the ceiling and the spectre of Needy and toward my visitor. Form shrouded in darkness is so stunningly beautiful it sends a shiver down my spine. It's a beauty that even under normal circumstances shakes loose treasured hidden childhood memories in those who see it. Now, standing by my bed in the gloom, it's so overwhelming that it tugs at my very soul.
あなたが私をけしかけたのですよ。
She's both criticizing me and attempting to get a rise out of me, just like Yaegaki-kun did. Sukun's jet black orbs remain pinned on me as she opens her luscious lips again. I hate when people describe eyes as orbs. That's a pet peeve.
鍵を得るために。彼女はもういない。 とっくに損なわれてしまった。
You say that like she's dead, but she's not dead. Darkness deepens around my morbid joke, only heightening the ghastly beauty she emanates. It's bewitching. However,
八代先輩、もし亡くなったものと話せるとしたら、あなたなら何を話しますか？
there's no flash of anger, nor any biting retort. She merely asks me a question.
思いつかない。話すことが多すぎる。
Perhaps the aura surrounding her has rubbed off on me too, as I answer honestly.
私は母に問いたい。ある言葉を。
Oh, your mother of all people, okay.
亡き母。
We have that in common.
母は体が弱く、入退院を繰り返していました。盛しい子供だった私は、わがまま一つも言えず、ただそんな状況を受け入れていた。
I
病気は重く、死が色濃い。そんな母へ、私は聞きたいけれど、どうしても尋ねることができなかった。
Yes, I know that question.
問い、答えることで、否定されたらこの世から消えたくなる。肯定されても母を苦しめるだけだと思っていたから。
Same question I too had been unable to ask. The words my father had said in my mother's stead.
私を愛してくれていたのですか？
Silence descends once again. The gusting wind has stopped, replaced by a faint but audible sobbing.
母はそういった言葉を投げかけてくれる人ではなかった。でも決して愛していないわけじゃない。今の年になってそう思う。でもあの時、幼い時に確かに愛されているのだという言葉が欲しかった。私は我慢しないで。
Even as a child, she knew, in her wisdom, that her mother feared voicing those words in case they only made the inevitable parting harder.
八代先輩、あなたはまだ手が届くところにいるのです。尋ねたら答えてくれるところに。
She speaks softly, like a mother addressing a small child.
小帝ネリネは高坂真由里です。あなたが助けてあげなくてどうするんですか？僕は
I've driven away Ichigo-kun and spurned Yaegaki-kun, and now Sue-kun too.
スリーアウトにはしませんよ。エリカさんからも頼まれているんです。しょげている先輩の尻を私の代わりに蹴ってやってくれって。
Tears well up in my eyes. She's reaching out to me across the gulf I've opened out. Right. Nidina Komikado was always there to save me.
ねえ、スオ君。はい。君の話してくれた話、僕の境遇とひどく似ているんだ。病気がちな母、言えなかった言葉があることも。
And so I tell her. I tell her how my father frequently moved around for work, so even when I did make friends, I always had to leave them behind. How it led to me becoming gloomy and withdrawn. I tell her how, after becoming a complete coward, I met Nini Komikado at my newest school.
八代先輩が私と同じ。僕は君にある種のシンパシーを感じていたのかもしれない。
Nini was my very first best friend. She was always there to look out for me. I tell Sukin about the time when I introduced Nini to my convalescent mom, and how a few months later her condition gradually worsened until she finally passed away.
そんなことが。そして母の後を追うように小帝ネリネは大病を患い倒れた。長く苦しい闘病生活だった。だが彼女は病に打ち勝った。そして復学した彼女は以前のような快活さは消え失せ、内気な性格へと変わっていた。
Now that she was an introvert like I had been, people stopped hanging out with her and she became a target of bullying for the boys in class. Sukin frowns, her hands balling into fists. The story seems to be hitting a little too close to home.
僕は今までの消極的な自分でなく、彼女を守れるようなものになろうと決めた。かつて自分を守ってくれたように。ああ。
I promised myself I would become strong, for her sake.
八代先輩、もう大丈夫だ。尻を嫌というほど叩かれたからね。迷いは吹っ切れた。
With my trademark cynical smile, I tell her to give Yaegaki-kun my thanks.
いちごさんにもです。え？励ましてやってほしいとエリカさんに頼み込んだのはいちごさんですから。それで次は八重垣くんから君へか。
Really do have some wonderful friends, I finished to myself.
いちごくんにも頼む。僕はやることができた。
She nods. The ghostly aura is gone and she's again the fair and pure Sue Shidan.
大好きな親友の無実を証明してやる。
Hey! The Love Struck girls, just got over their, ooh, I don't deserve kindness, ooh, everything I do is wrong. And we have resolved to help out our best friend, who we've already professed our love to. But since she is really, really, really Catholic, she was like, oh, I can't love between two girls, it's forbidden. That's not what she said. She just went away when we professed our love to her. So it's a mess, but we're gonna write it. How are you doing? Sleep immediately pulls me down into its depths, as though it was just waiting for Sukun to leave. I barely slept in the days following the meeting in Iznik. Sleep now takes me like I've slipped from a cliff and I'm falling endlessly into the deep ravine below. My heavy lids fall closed, and when they open again, it's the gentle sunlight and a mind that's as perfectly clear as the day's cloudless sky. First things first, I ask myself what it is I need to do. Prove Nidine Komikado's innocence. I now see the truth, a truth previously obscured by fog, and also my true feelings, free from lies revealed to me after the encouragement of my friends. Should I urge Nini to take back her previous confession and admit that she's not actually the culprit? No, that won't work. I'm well aware that she's the kind of person who refuses to budge an inch once she's made up her mind about something. And should I turn in the real perpetrator? She'll play about Faith being in a royal ball. Ooh! That sounds fun. I had a bunch of, for some reason, my TikTok For You page today was like, hey, remember the Tinkerbell movies? As if they're not on my mind like every few months. And showed me several clips in a row. I was like, oh man, I miss those guys. Good fairies. Let's think about the simple solution. I need to prove in Iznik, before all the members of the Council of Nikea, that Nidine Komikado didn't do it. Now that I've put it into words, that sounds pretty freaking hard, revealing the truth while simultaneously maintaining a lie. Still, hard is not the same thing as impossible, plus... Yay! I already know who I'm going to ask. I'm convinced that she can solve even the most vexing puzzles. I apologize to the sleuth I singled out for the task. Today the sweet willowy Sukun responds brightly, a far cry from the ghastly apparition I encountered the night before. Instead of brushing it off, she looks me straight in the eye. Very flamboyant, sexual, and wholesome gay. Ooh! She's like a different person to the girl who arrived here in the spring. The way she looks up at me, cheeks flushed, throws me off balance. Nodding exaggeratedly to cover the way her innocent smile set my heart racing a mile a minute, I tell her that I filled her in on what happened at Iznik on the way. I grimace at my own blunder. Sukun pokes me between my furrowed brows and laughingly tells me not to pull faces.
そうくん。大丈夫です。簡単な話ですよ。何を？つまり、コミカド先輩のアリバイを崩せばいいってこと。
With a charming smile, she goes on to add that everyone has a weakness.
リンゴさんが襲われたとされる11時半にコミカド先輩がどこにいたのかを突き止めましょう。
Several years of love. True. Catching up on long-running things is always really hard. With a moment first of all, Sukun holds up the index finger she's removed from my forehead.
コミカド先輩のアミティエの方に話を聞くとしましょう。
As someone has makes logical sense to start with a girl who shares a room with Needy. It wasn't 11:30 in the morning that Dingo and I arranged to meet. It was in the dead of night when most people would be sleeping. And so her roommate should be able to help us. Her roommate is not gonna have a sprite though, so we're gonna probably just jump to after they talk with her. Sukun uses her lunch break to go and speak with Needy's amitié partner. Cursing myself for my pariah status, I'm impatiently waiting for her return when...
お待たせしました。
Here she is. Spotting me loitering in a corner of the corridor, my teacher hurries over to me and hands me a paper bag.
これは？お昼取っていないと思って軽食ですけど。
スナック。
さすが和菓子は気が利くね。手軽に食べられるなら BLT。ブリトーです。手が汚れず本を読みながら食べられるんでいいですよね。私大好きなんです。
Have priorities. Have priorities. Lovely. Oops, shouldn't have mentioned sandwiches. I pulled a burrito out of the bag. The freshly made tortilla wrap reminds me of a crepe, although it's not as soft and fluffy.
食事の前に情報を。早く食べないと冷めてしまいますよ。そうだね。
Looks like she's not gonna spill the deets unless I eat. I chomped on hurriedly on the burrito, eager to hear information as soon as possible. A generous coating of cheese encases the big sausage and the salsa nestled within. One bite carries with it the satisfying texture and juicy flavor of the meat, mingled with the tang of the salsa sauce. It's delicious.
ブリトーはあまり食べ慣れていないが、こいつはいけるね。トルティーヤのもちもちした食感がいいですよね。私はクリスピーを挟んだものが好きなんですけど、なかったのでソーセージにしてもらいました。
ソーセージ。
いや、実にうまい。
I love tortillas.
サンドイッチからこっちにくら替えも考えてしまうよ。
During the days I spent lounging in my room, I didn't eat a single proper meal. Maybe because of that, I demolished the sausage burrito in no time at all, and I'm soon well into the potato, bacon, and cheese one. Before I know it, I've gotten through the seafood burrito too, with its plump steamed shrimp filling. Three! Each one had a slightly different sauce seasoned with black pepper and salt that just kept me munching.
オニオンスープも入っていますよ。
Girl, but why are we eating while we're standing in the middle of the hallway? Like, we could at least sit down somewhere.
最高だ。
It's a classic onion soup with onion fried in butter until it's mushy and a perfect blend of consomme and pepper. Finishing the warm, nourishing soup, I feel like I'm being comforted from the inside out by its pure, no frills flavor.
あまり空腹は感じていなかったが、随分と腹が減っていたらしい。ちゃんと食事は取らないとダメですよ。
I'm used that if I don't, I'll earn myself a kick in the ass from Yaigaki-kun, and she laughs airily.
スオ君は昼食を取ったのかい？コミカド先輩のアミティエ、萩原さんとはお食事をしながらお話を聞いたのです。
Nice, she gets a name at least.
人間、うまい食事をとると口が軽くなるというものだ。素晴らしい判断だ。
I could go for a burrito as well. I like the flavor of the bread a lot and the texture. Mashed potatoes. I tried making one with like normal potatoes before. It was pretty good. And prompted to continue, her expression clouds over.
残念ながら鐘楼のルーガルーに襲われた時のアリバイを証明することはできませんでした。
Oh, that's unfortunate.
つまり11時半の時点でネリーは部屋で就寝してはいなかった。
はい、11時になる少し前に部屋を出たそうです。眠れないから少し出てくると。
Honestly, I hadn't expected to hear that my rule-abiding friend was wandering the school alone after lights out.
当然商用ですぐ戻ったという話ではないんだね。
はい、萩原さんは目が覚めてしまって本を読んでいたそうなのですけど、11時半を過ぎても戻ってこなく、12時になる少し前にようやく戻ってきたと。
Yep, that's not a good look.
リンゴが襲われた時間に部屋にいてくれれば単純な話だったのにな。
If that were the case, we would have been able to disprove her statement with the testimony of her roommate alone. I was sure that her self-sacrificial decision to admit the crime was a spontaneous one, and so I'd figured it would be easy enough to poke holes in. Looks like I was wrong.
でもそんな夜遅くコミカド先輩はどこに行っていたのですかね。
ネリーに尋ねるわけにもいかないしな。アリバイを崩すつもりが犯人かもしれないという裏打ちをしてしまった。
I like mashed potato. Always good.
すみません。
いや、何もスオ君を責めているわけじゃない。僕の耳になってくれているんだ。感謝しているよ。
While she's no longer too timid even to speak with older students like she was back in spring, she's the same overly sensitive girl.
11時少し前に部屋を出たというなら目撃者を見つけたいところだが。
襲った時刻のちょうどでなくとも少し前もしくは後にコミカド先輩を寄宿舎で見かけたという情報があればアリ
Right, always bound to just
バイ
right.
を崩せますね。
No, I like mashed potatoes. I don't like them a lot with sauce though. Personally, I'm the type to like if there's a sauce to something, I only take very, very small amounts of sauce if even. I like it way more. Just like that.
ああ、僕は寮長やスタッフに話を聞いてみる。スオ君は夜更かしをしそうな生徒から聞き込みを頼むよ。
She nods, then promptly sets off toward the dining hall. After watching her go, I myself hurry to dorm Mother Katabami's room. The lunch break isn't long enough for us to talk to everyone we need to, so... With mayonnaise? I hate mayonnaise. We end up dedicating our free time after classes to it too.
すまない。待たせてしまったようだね。
いえ、私も今来たところですから。
Our small talk before we discuss our progress reminds me of my choice with Ringo.
学院教諭、スタッフに話を聞いてみたが空振りだった。見回りをしている片上寮長には期待していたが。
そうですか。私も立花さんやいちごさんのつてで上級生の方たちにも話を聞きましたが、
うまくいかないものだな。犯人でない証拠を見つけるのがこんなに大変だとは思わなかった。
I showed a slump at the realization that it would be easier to simply give up the real culprit.
コミカド先輩の名誉を取り戻すため真犯人の名を挙げることはできないのですよね。
Sukun asked me earnestly. I forced a wry smile to my face.
そいつは無理な注文だ。それができるのなら初めからやっている。
ですよね。
Dignity, Sukun must have also figured out who the real werewolf is, which is exactly why she's helping me.
動機で崩すことはできない。使った凶器などもない。確か聖堂前の通路の土には足跡がなかったのですよね。
ああ。
I can tell that her brain is whirring, cycling through deductions and refutations inside the little head of hers.
やはり不在の証明を。コミカド先輩が日記をつけてくれているなら 話は早いのですけど。
Hello. Dear Diary, today I assaulted my underclassmen in the courtyard. Huh?
それだ。どうして今まで気づかなかったのだろう。ネリーは子供の頃からずっと日記をつけているんだ。
I tell her that she never misses a day. Sukun clasped her hands together delightedly at this hope of finding proof that Needy wasn't at the scene of the crime.
それじゃあ日記を。
無理やりに奪うというのはなしだ。イズニクでみんなの前でネリーが犯人でないと知らしめるためには有無を言わさぬ証拠と迅速さが必要だ。
電撃戦のように反証させるいとまを与えてはいけない。
She nods. If Needy realizes we have a diary, that'll give her the opportunity to at least come up with a plausible story to the contrary. Like in a card game, it'll be paramount that we keep our hand hidden.
部屋に忍び込むにしてもネリーは自室で謹慎中。顔を合わせずに部屋に忍び込むことはできない。
食事中はどうでしょうか。朝とお昼はコミカド先輩へ同室の萩原さんが、夕食はダイニングルームで共にお祈りをしてからとっています。
I didn't know this since I haven't been attending mealtimes myself recently. The reason for her suspension still isn't public knowledge, so I can only imagine the stays of curiosity she's been getting. The thought makes my blood boil.
確かに話通りなら夕食時に部屋は無人になる。だがダイニングルームに向かう際、部屋を出るときに鍵をかけるだろうしね。
Oh, you're gonna be... I do not know what your actual emotional state is going to be once you find out.
鍵。
Surprised, maybe? She murmurs the words, a smile playing across her lips that's at odds with her furrowed brow. A strange shift in expression as me asking her what the deal is. Oh, we know someone who likes to pick locks. Just saying.
鍵がかかっていてもどうにかなる算段がつけられるかもしれません。
算段？もしかしてスオ君が女スパイみたいに鍵を開けられるとでも言うのかい？
Her expression remains inscrutable in the face of my joke.
なんとかできる人に心当たりがあります。
That's what I'm saying. It's squeaking like the cry of a bat draws
こういう
near.
面白い話は早く相談してもらいたかったですね。
So now she's a bat. First she was a cat, now she's a bat. Can you guys, like, choose? The girl Sukun had in mind bears with sharp canines and me and a cat-like smile. Well, now she's both! Okay. Atop her lap are a bunch of tools quite inappropriate for a young lady to have.
鍵開けができるというのは本当だったのだな。
インドア派女のネクラな趣味の一つですよ。一時ハマっていましてね。もう一度リア、
Yeah?
ちゃんと他の生徒が来ない
Classic
か
hobby.
見張っていろよ。
Yeah, I'm just gonna learn how to pick locks real quick. Thank you for the Christianery and the pet.
分かっているわ。
She squints down the corridor, her expression deadly serious. When I come crawling back to Yaigaki-kun for help, Takasaki-kun hadn't seemed best pleased. Perhaps my attitude from before still stung. Still.
こういう時に頼みを無限にできる私をお前は好きか？ずるいわ。
Let's not forget the cute little exchange they had. Thankfully, there seemed to be no grudges held between us. However,
お前までついてこなくてよかったんだぞ。スオさんがやるって言うのだもの。アミティへの私が協力しないわけないでしょ。
we have almost the entire fucking group here. I hadn't expected the straight-laced Dika-kun to jump on board too.
ま、以前八代先輩の部屋に無断で侵入した仲間だもんな。
あ、
そのことは
初耳なんだが。
八代先輩が頭を怪我されてマユリが疑われた
Oh, in the
ことが
first game. Oh, that's a long time ago.
すみません。へえ、花火師さんもやるわね。
Little Miss Class President doesn't know how to react to Takasaki-kun's compliment. Hearing the reason why they searched my room, I tell them I have no bones to pick.
ほら、八代先輩は心が広い。気に病むことはないんだ。
おだてても何も出ないよ。それでまだ会場には時間がかかりそうかい？
もう済みました。
Shocked by how little time it has taken her, I look between Yaegaki-kun and the door in disbelief.
雑貨屋の金庫みたいな単純な作りです。そんなに時間はかかりませんよ。
今度2階屋の階で部屋の鍵をもっと性能のいいものに新調するように進言しよ
6 years instead of
手
6
早く
weeks.
済ますぞ。戻ってくるまで10分を目安にする。分かったわ。
This game seems way too familiar with these sorts of escapades. I take the lead and head for Needy's desk.
う。教科書類とノートか。
ここが一番手間がかかりそうだ。私も手伝いますよ。
Yaegaki-kun and I pull open drawers, and rifle through papers, taking care to remember the order we found the textbooks and notes in. If you tip off by leaving something out of place, all of this will have been for nothing.
コミカド先輩はきちんとした日記帳に書いているイメージだが。
僕が子供の頃交換日記をした時はそうだったが、ノートの中まで見るのかい？
ノートを日記代わりにする知り合いがいますもんでね。
She says, flipping through one of them. Perhaps Needy's changed things up since we were kids. I also start looking at every piece of paper more scrupulously. However,
日記どこにも見当たらないわ。
if you write in your diary every single day, I don't think you would actually keep it in a drawer or on your desk or anything. I think, depending on what time of day she would use, probably in the evening times. I would argue she probably has it closer to the bed, no?
八代先輩の方はどうです？
Or in the bed, like under her pillowcase or something.
机の中は全て調べたが、日記らしいものはないね。
So you can comfortably write in it in the evening, I mean. The only place we haven't looked is Hagiwara-kun's desk, on which our gazes all now converge.
アミティエの机に日記を隠す理由もないだろうし
The
な。
whole room in the middle of night. Really? I mean, I guess, yeah. I would never. Like I usually leave stuff that I need in the evening times or even in the middle of the night. I just keep it close to the bed. Like in arm's length of the bed so I can reach it without having to get up and leave the comfy bed.
日記を書いていたというのは子供の頃の話でしょ？そんな。その可能性もあるっちゃあるが。
Yaegaki-kun scratches her head, then moves her wheelchair over to where Rika-kun is playing with her braids.
なあ委員長。委員長は恥ずかしいお宝本を隠すとき、いつもどこに隠しているんだ？そんなものないわよ。
I don't believe that.
視線の先はベッドだ。千鳥、ベッドの下を探ってくれ。ちょっと。
Despite Rika-kun's protest, Takasaki-kun expressionlessly follows Yaegaki-kun's orders, peeling back Needy's mattress to check beneath it.
どこにもないわね。アミティエの方のベッドも探してみてくれ。
It is the same with Hagiwara-kun's bed, but
こちらにも見当たらないわ。ねえ、同室のアミティエの方の机も調べた方がいいんじゃない？どういう理由で自分の日記をアミティエの机に隠すんだよ。口を開く前に頭を使え。それじゃあ、エリカはもっと足を使って探しなさい。
Rika-kun regards him nervously, but Yaegaki-kun just smiles.
いつも気に障ることを言ってくれてありがとう。
She quips back.
いいアミティエでしょ？
羨ましいよ。
ねえ、エリカさん。エリカさんなら本を隠すとなったらどこへしまう？名前呼びになっている。来やすいぞ。
I would put it under my
そう
pillow.
だな。私なら。
She hesitantly looks toward the bookcase.
私も同じ。木の葉を隠すなら森の中ってことわざもあるし。本棚は私がちゃんと調べたわ。
Like, especially, why would she go through the trouble of hiding her diary in the first place? Like, this is her room.
リッカさんが見逃したとは思っていないわ。ただ整頓するだけなら本棚に日記を普通に置くでしょうけど。
Sugun cuts across the room to stand before the bookshelf, then, without a moment's hesitation, picks out a Bible in a fancy slipcase.
そうか、しまった。ブラウン神父の同心か。
She slaps her hand to her forehead. Hamichi partner quickly pipes up, asking her what she's talking about.
ギルバート・ケイス・チェスタトンの推理小説だよ。主人公のブラウン神父が探偵役だ。折れた剣の中で名言、木の葉を隠すなら森の中の原型が登場する。つまり
Sugun pulls the slipcover from the Bible and out comes not a Bible, but a leather-bound book with the word diary stamped on the cover.
ダイアリーって書いてある。すごいわ。
ネリーもブラウン神父にちなんで日記を聖書の中に隠していたというわけか。
Well, the diary probably has more truth written in it. I remember how right after she recovered from her illness, Needy had withdrawn into herself and become a major bookworm for a
怪
while.
奇小説だけじゃなく推理小説も
Giant stuffed
好んで読んでい
animal?
たものな。
Oh, true. The big plushies don't really move much because like they get that one space where you can fit them and then they just kind of stay there.
よし、一つコミカド先輩の秘密の花園を拝んでみるとしよう。いけないわ。八代先輩が確認してください。
She passes the book to me and I'm suddenly incredibly nervous. Failing at the idea of committing this transgression, I remind myself that it's for Needy's sake and open the diary.
思っていたよりも簡素だな。
Yeah! I love giant stuffed animals.
そうなんですか？
Nodding, I turn my eyes over Needy's faint, delicate script. Contrary to my expectations, the diary contains only basic information. The date, the weather, what she had to eat that day, simple notes on anything she found particularly interesting. Acting like I'm looking for the day of the werewolf of the bell tower incident, I actually find myself searching for the day she walked in on me and Lingo. I'm desperate to know what she wrote about that. My heart is thumping and I can feel my cheeks growing hot. Making my way through the dates, I approach that day.
どうしたんです？本に呪いの文言でも書かれていたんですか？何？冗談を言っているのよ。ブックカース。ブックカース。本の呪いよ。中世の頃、書物の盗難を避けるために奥付けに呪いの言葉を記載していたことがあったの。
Thank you, Father. Anniversary time, yippee.
書物は当時とても高価だったから。呪いの言葉。本当にそんなものがあったのね。
Higakun regards the book in my hands fearfully. She really can't handle anything remotely
確か
spooky.
に呪いじみていたな。
And thank you for the hydrate. Yeah, I am staying hydrated.
We can make a big collection of all the anniversary congratulation messages. Mine is in English. Like when I opened OBS earlier, I saw it in English because well, my OBS is in English and my Twitch is in English. That said, there isn't a single bad word written against me. However,
文字が震えていた。
なんです？
いや、手早く済ませてしまおう。
she must have been shocked by the sight of us about to kiss. Her wavering handwriting eloquently conveys her inner turmoil far better than the actual words. The sight of it makes me feel like a hand is reaching into my chest to take hold of my heart and squeeze. Like a genuine curse, in fact.
この日付だ。
Stopping at the date of the werewolf the bell tower incident, I scan through the sentences written there. Date, weather, breakfast, lunch, and between these facts, conversations she had with her friends from the council.
なんと書いてありました？
深夜外出した旨はこう書かれていた。夜寝苦しくなり、目を覚まし部屋を出た。雲間に覗く星をしばし眺め。それでも眠気が訪れず目が覚めてしまった私は、姿見で私自身の姿を長い間見つめていた。
Oh boy, mystery Yuri.
My voice echoes around the room as though having originated from somewhere else. The vibrations die out, replaced by silence that brings with it the chill of winter.
その文言だけではア
Hi,
リバイの証
hi!
明になりませんね。
Hey, Uni!
そう？ リンゴさんを襲ったと書かれていなかったじゃない。
犯行は確かに記されてなかったが、反面深夜外出したことは文言から確かとなった。
Where would she
どちら
gaze
か
at
と
her
いうとマイナスだ。
reflection if she's outside, though?
時間や星を眺めていた時に誰かとすれ違ったり。
空振りか。
残念だったのはわかるけど、そろそろ部屋を出た方がいいと思うの。
まだ平気だろう。おどおどしなくても大丈夫だって。
Oh,
おどおどだってするわよ。片場寮長の深夜の見回りを思い出すわ。
ああ、確か佐々木姉妹と深夜のお茶会していた時。
今、なんと言った？
は？
リッカ君に聞いているんだ。何をおどおどしているのだって？
その深夜のお茶会はもうしばらくやっていなくて。
そこじゃない。おどおどの後だよ。
片場寮長の深夜の見回りを思い出す。
a sudden flash of inspiration. That's right. Domata Katabami patrols the dorms at set times every night.
さすがはスオ君のアミティエだ。優秀な助手だね、君は。
What my friend wrote in her diary could prove to be her undoing.
ありがとう、リッカ君。君のおかげでネリーを救えそうだよ。
Although before I put my plan into action, I'll have to run the story by Domata Katabami. I bow my head deeply to the braided girl blinking confusedly at me. Oh, I used my camera to take photos of Nini Komikado's diary. Wait, but how does she suddenly have a camera? Like an actual camera or her phone camera? These people have phones. They just don't have them on their person for some reason. And then, using my authority as president, I arranged for a meeting of the Council of Nicaea. The meeting will take place tonight, after we've purified ourselves in a bath and said our prayers. Like at the meeting where my best friend sacrificed herself, I've also summoned Sister Basquiat to attend. Everything has to be exactly the same as that night. Pausing in my tracks, I stare up at the school building shrouded in darkness. There's a tangible difference between the chill of autumn and the cold of winter. The autumn coolness had seeped up gently through the soles of my feet, slowly freezing my insides, but winter adds a sting to it. The frigid air has an edge to it too, like the sharpened blade of a fine sword. Its frosty touch feels sharp as a razor against my skin.
だが、物を考えるには長情だ。
Oh yeah, no, like... what fucks me up though is the fact that this is very much still a modern game and they do have these devices. But sometimes when they would be like good or a necessary plot point, or people like, I wonder why no one called anyone. Like every time someone got lost in the mountains here, because it happened twice. Or not lost, but someone got hurt. You'd think that maybe, hi, we're going on a funny little excursion, the entire fucking class. Maybe they should allow them to take their phones with them, you know, in case of an emergency. But no phones. Would make half the mysteries not as mysterious. Daily dose of gay love to the platform, hell yeah. As it should be. I prefer winter to summer. I don't deal well with heat, not when it gets all gross and humid. I like the cool clarity winter brings.
イズニクで推理を披露する前に。
Yes! Finally!
考えをま
Yes!
とめておこう。
This is about proving my best friend's innocence. I can't take any chances. Now then. There we go. I'm not looking to reveal the real culprit behind the web of the bell tower incident. My goal is to prove Nini Komikado's innocence. There are two pieces of evidence I found with Suikun and the others that I can point to in order to prove she wasn't at the scene. First, Nini was in the dorms when Ningo was assailed, and I know that because it's a basis for thinking she was in the dorms. She wrote in her diary that she was looking at her reflection. And the second, the proof that Nini didn't go to the chapel is the lack of footprints. sharp early winter cold helps my thoughts along, enabling me to put together the parts that will prove my best friend has falsely confessed. With a last glance up at the school building, I make my way into the belly of the beast. I don't think it's bad writing. It's just something that bothers me a little bit. When it's like, because it is very much modern times. Like, they watch movies and they're like but the whole phone situation is just, it's not important. It's never actually been important, but I calmly survey the room, all eyes on me. Suspicion is plain to see in the faces of the council members, while Sister Basquiat is looking bewildered. My gaze crosses over them to land on Nini Komikado's sorrowful countenance. No signal? Okay, yeah, maybe that. From the way her gaze flits around the room, I can tell she's not planning anything like last time. Bowing deeply to them, I apologize for the sudden summons. Even without looking into their eyes, I can practically feel their unease on my skin.
今日集まってもらったのは他でもない。鐘楼のルーガルー事件でのことだ。
Again! Raising my head, I'm faced with exactly the looks I expected to see. Troubled, suspicious, confused.
そのことはコミカドさんが。
コミカドネリネは犯人ではない。
My tone is as composed as ever as I make my declaration, but there's a weight to my words. Everyone feels it, and I can practically see the question marks forming above their heads.
犯人ではないって。
Oh no, there's no actual werewolf. It's just the name they gave to it. This is one of the 7 mysteries of the school, and they're all supernatural things, but every time there's just a normal human being behind it, so no actual werewolf. No.
言葉通りの意味ですよ、バスキア教諭。コミカドネリネは佐々木リンゴを襲ってなんかいないってことです。
The room erupts. Nini is staring at me, but there's a bitter tinge to her gaze.
ですが、コミカド副会長が自分がしたことだとおっしゃっていました。
そいつは自己犠牲だよ。実にキリスト教的精神だ。だが、度が過ぎると笑えなくなる。
私がしたことだわ。
No, you did not.
そいつは違うな。そもそもネリーは聖堂になんて言ってなかった。
She looks bitterly repentant. I don't want to see that expression on her face.
どういうことです？
以前、ここで申し開きをした通り、聖堂には足跡すらなかった。襲われたリンゴや突き飛ばしたというネリーの足跡すらね。
That part had been forgotten last time, as Nini's explosive confession and resonant motive had rendered all other details
確
moot.
かに、それはおかしいですね。それは突き飛ばした後、佐々木さんが立ち去るのを待って靴跡を消したのです。
どうやって？
Nini looks daunted by my blunt questioning. There's a brief pause as she racks her brains for a rebuttal.
木の枝を使ったのです。
She says. She goes on to say her evidence of the struggle was only to be seen directly in front of the chapel, where the bare earth was sudden from the rain. Chapel. I hate this word. She claims she walked backward from there, scouring the prints with a stick until she reached the lawn. If you consider the location of the muddy patch in front of the chapel, and the distance from there to the lawn, it's certainly possible.
その後はすぐに寄宿舎へと戻りました。
You're lying. Looks like everyone's bought her explanation for the lack of prints. I mean, it does make sense. Looking around at the audience, I can tell what they're thinking.
納得してもらえたかしら。
ああ、なるほど。確かにその通りにやれば足跡の謎は解ける。
だったら。
だが、君が話した真実は足跡を消した方法だけだ。ネリーはあるものをかばっている。
She inhales sharply. She thinks I'm going to reveal the name.
足跡を消した理由。
待ってゆずりは。
己の足跡を消そうとしたんじゃない。野生動物の足跡を消そうとしていたんだ。
She'd been expecting me to reveal a girl's name, so now she stares at me blankly.
動物ですか？
ええ。以前にも 餌付けした動物のことを話したでしょ。動物の足跡を消すついでに残った己の足跡も消したのです。
The room is in a state of confusion. After all, what I'm saying still doesn't exonerate Neely for the crime. In fact, it now sounds like the impetus behind the incident was Neely's being discovered feeding the animal, that this, combined with the jealousy, led her to perpetrate the crime. But I still have to explain the preceding stages to them.
犯人の動機は話しておかないとね。いえ、そういえばバスキア教諭のご趣味はガーデニングだそうですね。
それが何か？
いいご趣味だ。僕の趣味はカメラでしてね。主に風景を撮っています。
With this, I pick up the camera I brought along with me.
いい絵が撮れたんです。見てもらってもいいですか？
それは構いませんが。譲りゃ、もう。
悪いが、自室に踏み込ませてもらったよ。ネリー、君の部屋にだ。
I turn on the camera, cycling through to the photo I took in Needy's room.
部屋へ。だって訪ねてこなかったじゃない。
僕に鍵開けの技術があることを知らなかっただろ？
そんな嘘を。
これは君の日記帳だろ？
I show her the screen. Her guess confirms to everyone that it's true, and they turn their reproachful gazes back to me.
会長、それは。八代会長、友人とはいえ家人の許しを得ず無断で入るのは正しくない行いですよ。
僕もそう思います。だがこうするしかなかった。
不道徳な行いをすることが？
親友の無実を証明する方法はこれしかない。日記帳を探った理由はお分かりでしょう。
Realizing that I'm implying it was in order to prove or disprove her alibi for the day of the incident, Sister Basquiat falls silent, and the other council members also swallow the words of criticism. The goal justifies the means!
鐘楼のルーガルー事件の日、日記帳にはこう書かれていました。
Showing the photo to Sister Basquiat, I read it out loud to the rest of the council.
最後の結びでこうあります。夜、寝苦しくなり、目を覚まし部屋を出た。雲間に覗く星をしばし眺め、それでも眠気が訪れず、目が覚めてしまった私は、姿見で私自身の姿を長い間見つめていた。
それで終わりですか
Nodding, I asked Neely if this is indeed her writing.
間違いないわ。
なんだい？
この日記が何だっていうの？確かに聖堂でのことは書いていないけれど、それは突き飛ばしていない証拠にはならないわ。
Make some mashed potatoes!
今、確かに日記帳の通りの行動をしていたとの発言を聞きましたね。
Rather than speaking directly to my friend, I addressed Sister Basquiat and the council. You have to buy the potatoes in a milk. Okay! Then make the mashed potatoes tomorrow!
はい。ネリーは今、リンゴが襲われた11時半、聖堂にいなかったことを証明した。
何を言っているの？
この日記帳には、夜半に部屋を出たことが書かれている。
だから、星空を見て、みんなが本当に寝静まったかを確認してから向かったのよ。
姿見を眺めていたのは？
それは、外に出る前に身だしなみを確認していたの。
I repeat the words head to toe again, my voice traveling through the frigid air to reach every corner of Iznik.
この姿見だが、ネリーはどこで己を見つめていたのだろう。姿見というが、寄宿舎で全身を映すほどの大きさの鏡はどこに置いてあるのか。君、知っているかな？
私は存じ上げません。壁掛け鏡ならお部屋やご不浄にもありますけど。
上半身を映す程度の鏡じゃ姿見とは言わない。
No, enjoy! Having had this inconsistency pointed out to them, everyone's suspicious gazes once again converge on Nini.
それは確かにある。ロビーだよ。
ロビーですか？八代会長、ロビーに鏡なんて置いてありません。
いえ、あるんですよ。即席の鏡がね。
With that, I take a step toward the door.
窓をご覧ください。
They follow my pointing finger to the window, where everyone's faces are hazily reflected in the glass.
確かに姿は映っていますけど、これじゃ
鏡とまでは言えない。だが、
I pass my camera around so they can see the video I took. It's as I demonstrated for Sukun when investigating the shapeshift of the dorms. The video shows the aquarium, lit from within, and then it shows what happens when the lights in the tank are turned off. With the lights off, my face stands out in sharp relief against the inky back glass.
ロビーには水槽がある。縦長の水槽だ。電気を落としたら、こうして大きな姿見に変わる。ネリー、君の言った姿見とはこれだね。
確かにそうだけれど。
My audience must think that I'm trying to drive into a corner with all of these questions about mirrors and reflections. However, that's not my intention. My leading questions were all designed to get her to say what she just now admitted to.
バスキア教諭、魚も眠ることはご存知ですか？
ええ、以前片上寮長から耳にしたことがあります。
なら話は早い。熱帯魚にも睡眠は必要だ。この睡眠だが、太陽が落ちたら電灯を消すというものでなく、決まった時間に消すことが必要なんだ。生活サイクルをきっちり合わせることがね。
My audience is still passing the camera around and watching the video as I continue.
だから、就寝の時間は魚の都合でなく、人間の都合に合わせることができる。例えば、寄宿舎の見回りのついでに消灯させるとかね。
My friend's a smart one, and it looks like some of my other sharp-minded classmates have also cottoned on. We're still looking between us in confusion.
熱帯魚の世話は片上寮長の領分だ。そして二階屋の会の面々は知っての通り、見回りは11時半から行われる。
それじゃ。
そうです。片上寮長の部屋の位置からロビーはすぐだ。
Forcing my tone and expression to remain mercilessly unemotional, I keep going.
11時半にリンゴは襲われた。だから君が水槽を姿見として使うのは不可能なんだよ。
Silence descends on Isni. My best friend is chewing on her lip, her brow furrowed, clearly trying to come up with some sort of rebuttal.
そう、聖堂に行って戻ってきてからロビーの水槽を見たの。
Nusti-san, hi! Good evening!
同室のアミティエ、萩原くんからも話を聞いている。12時になる少し前に
Yay! Thank you!
君が部屋に戻ってきたとね。聖堂で彼女を襲い、負傷したリンゴが足を引きずり姿が見えなくなるまで身を潜めた。
I'm good. How are
足
you
跡を消し
doing?
てから寄宿舎の自分の部屋に戻る。
Without giving her time to refute me, I addressed the crowd.
コミカド・ネリネはあるものをかばっているのです。
譲り
そう、片上玉木寮長はね。
The biggest commotion yet ripples through the room. Glancing at Needy out of the corner of my eye, I see her staring back at me with an expression of disbelief.
先ほど足跡を消そうとしたことの有無を話した。野生動物の足跡を消そうと
After your
してい
lunch?
た
Oh, enjoy!
と。
I launch into the story of what really happened back when rumors of the Wendigo were swirling around. I tell them how a group of students had cared for an injured raccoon, the dorm Mata Katabami had taken over, but the rules meant she'd had to release it back into the forest not fully healed, and how, out of kindness, she had kept returning to the forest to feed the creature as it recovered.
八代さん。
The look Sister Bastia is giving me is painful. After all, I promised to keep this to myself, but I need someone to take the fall. Having that someone be Dorm Mata Katabami will lead to the least possible fallout. We'll seem in character for her, plus I've already run it by her and received her understanding.
そんな、それでは片上寮長が佐々木さんを襲ったということですか？
それは違う。 襲ったのはタヌキだよ。リンゴは片場寮長が聖堂近くで餌を与えていることを知っていた。そして折悪く待ち合わせていた時にタヌキに飛びつかれ驚き。
Oh my god, yeah, that is very convenient. That's an interesting story we're putting together here.
突き飛ばされたのではない。
もともとリンゴは突き飛ばされた云々は言っていない。ケムクジャラの獣を見て慌てた際に。
Well, I mean, that's what we get for covering all of this with a lie, basically.
それじゃあタヌキをルーガルだと勘違いして。
I thought John were telling them that this is just my own conjecture.
養護教諭に怪我をした理由を尋ねられ、片場寮長が餌付けをしていたことを知っていたため、タヌキだと言えずとっさに怪異の名を挙げたのだと思う。
彼女も自己犠牲から。
Lots of sacrificing going on here. The secretary murmurs, but I shake my head and tell her there's more to the story. Things don't end up if everyone was acting out of good intentions. A pinch of malice adds to believability.
なんです？
彼女自身、襲われたことを己を守ることに使おうと考えたのだと思う。化け物に襲われたとなれば、自分の置かれた立場が回復すると考えたのではないかな。
そんな。
事実、怪我をしたと聞き、距離を置く生徒は絶え、旧友は心配からお見舞いに来るようになったそうだよ。
Everyone, including the upstanding council secretary, falls silent at my words. They can hardly blame Dingo for telling such a lie. After all, even if it wasn't intentional, it was they who blamed her in the first place when they thought I'd rejected Needy for her. I supposed exemplars of the student body, by showing that they were content with placing blame, our council created an atmosphere where it was okay to stand. I can't talk today. They're understanding enough to understand that it's their fault she felt driven to lie.
ネリーは私に事件の進捗を聞いていた。そして真実を悟り、自分が泥をかぶることを選択した。
I go on to say she was afraid that if Dingo's lie were discovered, she would yet again be treated coldly.
これが鐘楼のルーガルー事件の真相だ。
When I finish telling them everything, silence reigns over Isni. The only sound is the occasional rattle of the icy winter wind shaking the windows.
話は受けたまわりました。八代会長のお話に間違いはないのですね。
Nidhi remained silent. If she answered, she'd be forced to lie.
沈黙をもって是とします。しかし、そうですか。佐々木さんも片場寮長も小見門副会長もそれぞれ善意から相手をかばい嘘をつくことになってしまったのですね。
It's like the missing dollar riddle, she murmurs, an old puzzle centered on an informal fallacy in which good intentions lead to an apparent overall loss. Guess my old-fashioned tastes are rubbing off.
バスキア教諭、ネリーへの謹慎は解いてくれますか？
譲りは。ええ、当然です。彼女は何の罪も犯してはいないのですから。
Sister Basquiat turns a kindly gaze toward the crowd, and they all nod decisively.
鐘楼のルーガルーの件はどうするおつもりですか？
この件に関わっていた者はそれぞれに互いをかばい合うことで嘘をついていました。
However, I will have to have strict words with Doma Takatabami about not feeding the wild animals.
それについては僕の方からやめていただくよう話をつけておきました。
そうですか。では今度の一件は佐々木りんごさんが聖堂にて野生動物に驚き、それをルーガルーだと見誤った。
I just think it very, very wild. I mean, I'm happy it's working, but you really think someone could startle so much that they twist their ankle, and she really twisted it badly. Every council member voices their agreement. This is a group of girls with integrity. Even if it wasn't really their fault, they must feel guilty about the part they played in it all. With an agreement reached, they all stand and bow their gratitude to me.
黙っていろ。
Nini stares down at her toes guiltily. She looks so frail and impermanent right now, like a butterfly with wings so exquisitely... Was somewhere fine? They could be a merry trick of the light.
Like the scenery in a dream, objects that lose their vibrancy and dissolve into grey smoke the moment you reach out to touch them.
子供の頃のようだ。
I remember how she was when she felt ill and withdrew into herself.
守るというのも僕のエゴなのかもしれないな。
I murmured to myself as I reached out to gently wrap an arm around her shoulders.
どうやらうまくいったみたいですね。
Yeah! My guest pipes up as I'm preparing her coffee, seemingly unable to wait until we're both seated. I pass a steaming, fragrant cup to Yaigaki-kun.
先輩の勝利だ。
僕は勝利を得たいんじゃない。負けたくないんだ。微妙な差だが、そこが違う。
眼蓄のある言葉だ。さすがは二階屋の会長。な、白羽ね。
Tsukun nods her agreement as she savors her own cup of coffee.
鐘楼のルーガルーの正体を隠したままで矛を収めることができたのですね。
なかなかに危うい橋だったが、渡り終えた。
よかった。
I know she genuinely means it. She's such a wonderful underclassman.
これで千鳥谷委員長にいい報告ができるってもんだ。自分たちも結果を聞きに来たいってうるさかったんですよ。
連れてきても僕は構わなかったんだけどね。
ことを済ました後に大勢で押しかけたら怪しまれるかもと思いましてね。
I take a sip of my own coffee. As the bitter, astringent liquid spreads across my tongue, I feel the tension that was permeating my body being brought down a notch. It may not be my favorite beverage, but it's perfect for unwinding.
リラックス中の八代先輩には悪いんですが、一つ聞きたいことがある。
何かな？
白羽は気づいているようで尺だが、ルーガルーの犯人は一体誰だったのですか？
I hesitate. Looking obviously flustered, Sukun is about to jump in, but Yaigaki-kun cuts her off.
騙しのプロを騙そうとするな。別に聞いたところで言って回ったりはしないさ。
Tension is always permeating your body. I do not know how to be calm.
ただ、白羽が知っていて私が知らないのがムカつくだけだ。
I can't help but chuckle at her frank words.
八代先輩。
いいんだ。八重垣くんは値千金の活躍をしてもらったしね。
As I speak, I'm already mentally running through how best to explain. First things first. The culprit I revealed in Iznik was my own fabrication. Similarly, there's a real culprit out there who fabricated the werewolf story. They didn't say lingo, but they did make use of the 7 mysteries. I realized the truth when it occurred to me that the footprints in front of the chapel were a red herring. So how did the footprints lead me to work out the real culprit? What made me realize the footprints were a red herring? Both dingoes and right and left shoes were muddy. That evidence leads me to believe that the person who made up the werewolf of the bell tower was none other than Ichigo Sasaki. After putting together the pieces, I severed the taste of the coffee on my tongue.
一度ネリーへと事件のあらましを話しながら整理していった時、妙に引っかかる箇所があった。
それって犯人が消したって話でしたよね。
ああ、初めはリンゴを襲った後、自分の足跡という証拠を残したくないために消し。
足跡を消す必要はないということですね。
ん？ああ、そういうことか。
そうだ。学院生徒はみんな学院指定の靴を履いている。よほど足のサイズが大きいだとか歩き方が特徴的でないのなら消す必要なんてないんだよ。
なるほど。いや、でもタヌキの足跡はそれがバレたくなくて。
I tell her that there was never any raccoon in the woods by the chapel. Yaigaki-kun frowns, then
片場寮長は随分と割を食った形になりますね。
she really has. Realization of my ruse dawns on her and a feline smile curves across her features.
ウェンディゴ事件の折に自分が噂の元になっていたことを黙っていたのが随分と心苦しかったらしい。だから餌付けをしていたことにしてくださいとの頼みも喜んで。
I know, I'm sorry, I know I'm saying it wrong. I cannot. I hate it. I never want to see it again,
とな
but
るとタ
It's quite an important building.
佐々木妹が驚き怪我したっていうのは。
そう、真っ赤な嘘だよ。
She bears her feeling fangs in a grin. Looks like she's figured it out too.
足跡を消す必要がないと分かった後、いくつかの齟齬を拾うことができた。リンゴはそもそも聖堂には行っていなかったんだ。
聞かせていただいた靴箱にあったリンゴさんの靴からの着想ですね。
ご名答。事件当夜、僕はリンゴの靴を見た。左右どちらもべったりと泥がついていた。
Chapel.
だが、おかしくはないか。
No. Isn't it chapel? Like a short chat or something? My audience has already worked it out, but I still go on to remind them that Ringo had injured her right foot.
足を引きずって帰った。泥がつく部分は必然的に偏る。
Chapel.
なのに、左右どちらの靴底にも均一に泥がべったりとついていた。
アリバイ工作が裏目に出たってわけか。
おそらく事件の流れはこうだ。リンゴが足をくじいた。これは本当だ。養護教員が診察をして診断を下している。
Yeah, take the L.
騒ぎになっていないところを見ると自室で。
I go on to suggest that since Dingo's bunk is on top, perhaps she slipped as she was coming down the ladder.
そこで佐々木姉が一計を案じたってわけだ。
ああ、距離を取られている妹を案じて怪我を逆手に取り、周囲の同情を買うため自作自演をすることにしたのさ。
待ち合わせよりも早く聖堂に行ったことにして、そこでルーガルーに襲われたことにした。
足跡がなかったのは当たり前だ。そもそも行ってすらないんだからな。
待ち合わせの時間に来ないことに僕が心配して部屋に来ることも織り込み済みだったのだろう。
She showed me her injured right leg and told the tale of her attack.
あとは八代先輩が話してくれた流れってわけですか。妹のために事件の絵図を描いた。
鐘楼のルーガルーを作り出したのは佐々木一吾くんだよ。
Now that the words have been spoken aloud, the air in the room grows heavy with tension.
佐々木さんたちを糾弾するのですか？
君はどうしたい？
Her pretty face twists. It's a harsh question for her, and like me and Yaigaki-kun, she seeks the truth.
試すような真似をした。すまない。
いえ。
この件は僕たちだけの秘密にしようと思う。
よろしいのですか
？3人も知っている秘密は秘密じゃないと思いますが、私も賛成です。真犯人を見つけたところで誰も得をしない。
It's such a Yaigaki way of putting it. I accept her conclusion with a cynical smile, and Sukun also nods decisively, her expression deadly serious.
立花君と高崎君にはイズニクでネリーの謹慎を解いた時の話を真実として語ってくれ。
Seeing them agree, I feel a weight lift from my shoulders. It's finally over.
冷めてしまったな。
Coffee I take a gulp of when I finish my speech is lukewarm. It feels like a mocking reminder of my own heartlessness. I covered up the truth and threw together a stopgap solution. I still have feelings for Niri Komikado even while dating Ringo Sasaki. Irika Yagaki's encouragement and Tsushirana's scolding forced me to acknowledge my buried emotions all over again.
どうすればいいのかわからない。教えてください、カウさん。
Dun dun. Dun-dun. Ooh, enjoy. I'm tormented by a feeling of powerlessness. It's similar to the lethargy that permeates your bones after severe, long-lasting cold. My body refuses to do what I want, as though my flesh and blood have been replaced by straw. Pinned down on the bed by this feeling of helplessness, a pale haze clouds my vision. I say my best friend's name aloud. I hardly have a right to voice it, not after getting jealous when she moved on to someone else after I rejected her feelings. But Jealous that another girl had stolen her from me, I offered no vindication even when Sasaki-san was ostracized, even though I'd known she was suffering because of it. I'm not about that at all. We should be happy for them. My black heart hadn't allowed me to utter those simple words to let them off the hook, and so my inability to forgive had pushed her to incriminate herself. The werewolf of the bell tower incident. No doubt it was Ichigo-san's idea to make up a story in order to save her sister. Fool that I am, I became tormented with regret only after things had finally been set in motion. Because I hadn't wanted to forgive her, I forced the Sasakis to bear the sin of falsehood. The incident blew up, and then at the meeting of the Council of Nikaiya, I watched as Yuzuriya addressed us, wondering if she intended to reveal the crime and judge them for it, or whether with the noble resolve of a martyr, she would conclude by taking on the guilt herself. However, I didn't confess to the crime myself out of some noble idea of self-sacrifice. I wanted judgment for my own selfish jealousy. During my suspension, at first I felt like I'd been delivered, but as time stretched on with only myself for company, I started to wonder if, when it became widely known that I was the one who attacked her, the Sasakis would suffer like me. The clever twins would surely realize that I was covering for them, and then they too would be tormented by the knowledge of their sin. I was plunged into anguish once again, but that was when I recall her words back in evening. It may have been mere sophistry, but it was ultimately a kind lie uttered to spare people pain, and I went along with it. With great effort, I rolled onto my back. Looking up at the dim ceiling, I recall how, when we were young, I was the one who protected her. Slowly closing my eyes, I retreat into childhood memories. The image in my mind is the complete opposite. It's me, confined to my hospital bed in the throes of my disease. I was suffering from a potentially life-threatening illness, and the words I'd received from Yuzuriya's mother had transformed me into a timid, cowardly little girl. Even in front of Yuzuriya, who came to visit me every day, I was ashamed of my wretched self, who had influenced her to depend on me. At the same time, I also harbored guilt over how much I enjoyed the fact that Yuzuriya still depended on me.
早く良くなってね。今度は私がネリネちゃんを守るから。
She clasped my hand encouragingly. In my newfound cowardice, I continued to face her with a shadowed smile that only encouraged her protective instinct. Good actions and pleasant ways are what make us lovely to our companions. I remember those words from Dorothy and the Wizard and Oz coming to me in that hospital room. If that's the case, then I must really be quite ugly. After a narrow escape, I've had my suspension lifted. Why does Yuzuriya still love me? After my long spell in the hospital, and all the time it gave me to contemplate who I was, I returned to school with none of my former vigor. A shell of my former self, I became the target of bullying.
ネリーを害するのは僕が許さない。
Yuzuriya swapped out her mask of timidity for one of extraversion. She protected me just as I had once protected her, as though we had switched
転
places.
校したてのユズリアンはあの時の私のように。
Sweet, timid Yuzuriya became strong in order to protect me. After seeing her shielding me today once again has set my heart aflame. Is this love? It feels like it. And yet, you don't really think of Yuzuriya as your friend, do you? I don't care if it's a lie, but please, please, promise my Yuzuriya. Just fucking tell me what the mom said! I will cry. A desperate plea from a sickbed. The mother's voice had scratched at my insides like something clawing its way out of a deep well.
救いはない。
Clenching my fists, I repeat in a small voice as though trying to convince myself. There's no salvation. So everyone's point of view, huh? In my silent room, I gaze up at the night sky. The cool, clear light of the crescent moon gilds the forest with silver. As I gaze out at the silvery blue sea of trees, I think of two women. One toward whom love had been revealed to me through jealousy, Yuzuriya Yatsushiro, who I'm not involved with. And
いちごね。
I look over at where she lay sleeping peacefully. We had lied to one another for the first time, and our relationship had become strained. As the days of silent treatment had stretched on, out of frustration I had gone to her with a proposal to switch places. I had suggested we take turns going on my dates as Yatsushita-senpai. A stupid idea, born out of desperation and the turmoil of having had our relationship complicated as it never had been before. I'd expected her to get angry at me and tell me to quit screwing around, but instead...
いちごねは受け入れた。
In fact, with an impish smile like back during the Bloody Mary days, she had taken me up on it eagerly, saying it sounded like an interesting experiment. So, as not to be found out, I had taken the dates in Iriga Yaigaki's room, while my sister had gone to her tryst at the St. Joseph beneath the chapel.
ねえねえ。
Chapel!
ユズリア先輩、こんなこと話してくれたんだよ。
At first I felt no hint of jealousy toward my sister. She confided in me about her dates. I simply felt happy for her as I listened. I didn't want to see my sweet and innocent sister sad and resentful after all. However, how many dates in was it? I had noticed a tiny red mark on her neck as my sister sat on the bed, proudly telling me about the night.
その首のあざどうしたのですか？あと残っちゃってるんだ。参ったな、ゆずりは先輩ったら。
See, this is a revelation that doesn't shock me because I played this specific game before. But when I first read it, what shocked me the most about, okay, you know, one of them went to those dates and the other went to those other dates. Initially, when Ringo comes to Yuzuriya and makes her whole confession, she immediately notices that it's Ringo. Despite the initial being like, oh, Ichigo called her out there, but it's Ringo that comes and she immediately notices that. But now that they went, like, one of them went to those dates, one of them went to the other dates, Yuzuriya did not notice at all whatsoever that these are two different people. Yes, they're twins. Yes, they're extremely similar, but not at all? She was under the assumption this was the same person each and every time. But she was basically, you know, flirting, making up with two different people. It was then that I felt a niggling touch of jealousy in the pit of my stomach for the first time.
この感情は
At first I thought it was leveled at Yatsushiro-senpai. Though it may have been misplaced, I thought I was blaming my girlfriend for not realizing she wasn't with me. I thought I was jealous of the fact that she was being intimate with someone other than me. But the dates continued, and I continued to listen to my sister as she blithely chatted about what happened during their trysts. And I started to wonder.
私はどちらに嫉妬しているのだろう。
I asked myself as I watched my sister snuggled up under her blanket and sleeping peacefully. Jealousy writhed within me as I listened to her talk about their date, cup in hand, but the feeling had been directed toward them both. Toward my girlfriend Yuzuriya Yatsushiro for getting close to someone other than me. Toward my sister Ichigo Sasaki for getting close to someone other than me. I felt the same jealousy toward them both. Is this feeling a product of my own possessiveness, or...? My heart sinks at the thought of the red mark on her neck. Not just because it means she's been getting close to someone other than me, to Yatsushiro-senpai. This feeling twisting my heart is...
私は一体どちらのことを。
Oh! Right. Sorry, we only get this option because I played through the game before, my bad. Help me. Yeah. This is unfortunate. Oh, I don't remember. Thank you. Hold on. Choose your waifu. No, I want the true ending.
オズの魔法使いという童話がある。魔法使いのオズに頼まれ、横島な西の魔女を退治するために旅立つドロシーたち。艱難辛苦を乗り越え、西の魔女を退治し、オズに願いを叶えてもらおうとするも、彼がペテン師だと気づく。木こりへハートも、ライオンへ勇気も、カカシへ脳みそも与えてあげることはできなかった。当然ドロシーを故郷へ返すことも。気落ちするドロシーたちへオズは優しい嘘で彼らへ望むものを与える。カカシは脳でなく小麦の襖を詰め、
Thank you for the short
それ
hair.
は絹でできたハートを。ライオンへは勇気の入った水を与えた。皆ドロシーたちとの冒険で物を考える頭を、いたわりの心を、立ち向かう勇気をすでに得ていたのだ。ただ彼のペテンではドロシーをカンザスへ返すことはできなかった。仲間たちはドロシーを返すために奔走する。そして南の魔女のグリンダならば可能性があると知った。喧嘩好きの木々に襲われ、繊細な時期たちの国を渡り、大雲が支配する森を抜け、ようやく南の魔女の住むお城へとたどり着いた。南の魔女から銀の靴を使い家に帰れると知り、木こりとカカシとライオンとの感動の別れの後、ドロシーは愛犬と共にカンザスへと戻る。私は物語の結末を見つめ、羨ましいと思った。帰りたいと願う故郷を持つ彼女を。幾度も引っ越しを繰り返した私には、ヨルベが戻るべき故郷がなかったからだ。いや、故郷は地でなくともよい。人であってもよい。だが私はこれから始まる物語は、帰るべき故郷を探し求める少女のお話。
Chapter 6.
クラブ関連の書類はこの棚に入っている。各式典類はこちらの引き出しだ。
She thanks me with a warm smile and bows her head to me. Averting my eyes from her dazzling smile, I instead look out the window.
もう冬だものな。
We're halfway through December and the temperature difference between inside and out means the window is clouded by condensation, obscuring the view.
私の心のようにと言ったらキザすぎるか。
I pull a wry smile to myself.
大丈夫ですか？お疲れではありませんか？
Nika can ask me, smile fading slightly.
何？疲れてなんかいないさ。疲れているなら君たちだろ。リッカ君や。
I shoot a sideways glance toward where Suokun is earnestly listening to Nini's explanation.
スオ君の方が選挙演説で疲れただろうからね。
I respond slyly.
私は半数の賛成票を得れば良いのですから、そこまでは。
見事ニカイアの会の会長となった。
Staring at the foggy window, I think back on accounts of Nigeria elections and the preceding campaign rally a few days earlier. Standing there dignified and calm up on the stage, her mere presence was bound to set tongues wagging, but
ニカイアの会、会長に立候補しました。白羽スオです。
the moment she introduced herself with a graceful bow, the murmurings immediately died out like a wave withdrawing from the shore. Her voice seemed to reach inside and draw out hidden childhood memories from deep within, but she was whispering directly into everyone's ear.
私が 二階屋の会の会長に立候補した理由は、春入学したての私を現二階屋の会会長八代ゆずりはさんが導いてくれたことです。
She spoke of her gratitude and of how much help my support had been to her. Many other students who have helped in one way or another nodded along with her. Then laughter filled the hall as she followed up with a humorous anecdote about our first meeting.
八代会長が目指していた学院運営を引き継ぐ形で、ある程度のリファインを行いたいと考えています。
I'm kind of surprised because this means she's going to become the student council president in her second year. I feel like you don't usually do that.
その上で3つの公約をお
I
約束しま
guess
す。
in this school you do. She spoke of her vision to further invigorate club activities, her plan to bring new ideas to the events the council currently runs, and her intention to form volunteer committees for those two areas.
今述べた公約は、今までの二階屋の会の運営とそれほどの違いはありません。ですが、一つ一つ先達の思いをつなげ、より良くしていきたいと考えています。
None of her ideas were revolutionary. Still, it's not a bad move to keep things as they are, considering how calm and content the school is, and the general lack of interest in shaking things up. However, in order to be elected president, she needed 2/3 of the vote. With her safety-first approach, I figured she would only make it to half. So Shinohana was resolute, though. She fell silent, gazing out at the audience in the chapel, looking at each of them in the eye as though searching for a special someone. Then,
私は、とある理由から友人と言える者がいませんでした。ですから、アミティエ制度のあるこの聖アングレカム学院へと入学することを決めたのです。はじめは不安でたまりませんでした。内気な私が友人を作れるのか、打ち解けられるのかと。ですが、八代会長、小見門副会長ともに気にかけてもらい、会の行事を共に過ごすことで、クラスの皆とも打ち解けることができました。それ私を支え、受け入れてくれたアミティエのおかげで
that's a
す。
good quote.
アミティエの花火師立花さんは、慈しみを持って私を受け入れてくれました。そして今、副会長に立候補して支えてくれようとしている。もう一人のアミティエ、高坂真由里さんは、私はここにいてもいいのだと。
She lowered her head slightly, trying to keep her emotions in check to fortify that inner dam. Those close to her watched with aching hearts.
私は、この聖アングレカム学院を皆にとっての故郷としたい。卒業しても良い思い出として、辛い時に思い出し、心温める、羽を休める場として、どうか皆の大切な故郷を守る席を私に与えてくれないでしょうか。
Her 3 minutes was up. Having finished her speech, she bowed low to her audience. Instantaneously, the chapel was swept up in a huge round of applause that echoed off the high walls. The first years who had watched with bated breath, the second years who had been watching to see if their school would be in safe hands, and the third years who were looking only for some assurance, all of them clapped incessantly.
新しい二階屋の会の会長が決まったな。
Hearing the same enthusiastic reaction I had once received, I'm convinced. Her speech was, in just about every sense,
私に対する宣戦布告だ。いや、演説会でのことを思い返していたのさ。なかなか堂に入った演説だった。
She must be delighted to have been mentioned as such an integral part of Suokun's campaign. Nika-kun beams at me, her eyes crinkling as though she's looking into a bright light.
君の演説も素晴らしかった。副会長になるのも難しいのによく成し遂げたね。
1年生はみんな入れてくれるだろうし、私はクラブの付き合いがありましたから。
Despite her humility, I know it can't have been easy. Can't have been easy and what? Can't have been easy, right? Okay, I'm not going crazy. It's not like Nady just waltzed into the position either.
立花君は バレエ発表会での演技がみんなの目を引きつけたのかもしれないね。何せこの学院はバレエは必須科目だ。
バレエで役職が決まるのでしたら高崎さんが会長ですよ。
高崎くんが会長だとすると必然的に副会長は八重垣くんか。
公約は食堂で昼だけのメニューの選択を夕食にも適用させるとかですかね。
そこは図書室での現代小説を増やすとかじゃないか。
We both giggle. I can just imagine Takasaki-kun marching down the hall while pushing Yaigaki-kun's wheelchair, the other council members hurrying after her like a senior doctor on her hospital rounds. Hang on, it's a bit late now, but it occurs to me that Sukun's pledges didn't mention anything about the library, oddly
楽
enough.
しそうですね。
Speak of the devil, though it's not like we were gossiping exactly. The subject of our conversation makes a way over to us.
今八重垣くんと高崎くんの公約について話していてね。
I inform her.
公約？エリカさんのですか？
冗談でのお話よ。
When we tell her ideas for the pledges, it must conjure a funny image for her too, as she covers her mouth with her hand and bites back a laugh.
そんな羨ましい公約なんて。
いや、私欲に走ったっておかしくはない。大義名分があればいいのさ。
大義名分ですか？
そうさ、スオー君の公約の中に図書に関することがなかったのが意外だって思っていたところだよ。
She looks at me blankly for a moment and blinks.
思いつかなかったです。
私事すぎてかい？君は誠実だね。
いえ、学院のために役立つことを考えていて。それで、
She trails off, her body suddenly tensing up. Then she looks me dead in the eye, as though seeing straight through to my miserable base in herself.
八代先輩、約束覚えていますよね。
I cave under the intensity of that look.
ああ、覚えているよ。
でしたら、
一緒にお風呂に入る約束だろ。これから行こうじゃないか。
先輩。
Though she's still glaring at me, her cheeks are flushed and her gaze is no longer as sharp.
すまないね、スオ君。約束はもう少し待ってもらえないか。
No pledges for the library because it will become hella person. It already almost is, honestly. As she looks up at me, I feel terribly small.
いや、そいつは間違っていない。
I had promised to pass on the words to her. It's too late now, but I regret ever making a promise.
聡明なスオ君のことだ。あの文言から学院の謎に近づくことになるだろう。
Happy anniversary, thank you.
Good evening! However, getting closer to the mystery will mean getting closer to the earth and the heavens. And that means...
八代先輩。
なんだい？見つめ合ったことで嫉妬したの
And
か？
that means we do a posture check. Good idea.
Oh.
Thank you. And thank you for the hydrate time.
違います。そうじゃありません。庶務の方がお呼びしていますよ。
She points over in the direction of the general clerk and Nini Nekomikado.
すまないね。少し外させてもらうよ。
I go over to where the two are talking, taking the documents the clerk holds out to me. I ask her what's up.
お話中にすみません。ですが、そろそろ差し迫った案件を片付けないと。
案件？
しっかりしてくださいよ。12月まではまだ私たちが執行役員なんですからね。
I guess my mind had been so filled with thoughts of the words of succession and all the hardships that will befall her even if it goes smoothly that I forgot about everything else.
あ、そうだった。
We
月
do?
末にはお楽しみの行事が残ってる。
Christmas? New Year? Among the events the council runs, the Noel Christmas celebrations are some of the most important.
前年度のノエルも素晴らしかった。今年はそいつを超えないとな。な、ネリー。
Ah, I see. If I had kept it and we had finished this game last year, we would have really made it perfectly in time, I guess. I do not remember.
エッグノックの早飲み大会なんてのも面白いかもしれないな。ネリー？
そうね。それがいいと思うわ。
You didn't listen to a word I was saying.
裸でシャンパンを浴びるのが？
何を？
冗談だよ。エッグノックの話さ。ネリー好きだったろ？
Mix together sugar and egg yolks in a heated bowl, then when the mixture is nice and foamy, add milk and a dash of cinnamon for flavor. It's drunk in North America during Christmas and a New Year, and it's also a traditional drink at the Academy's end-of-year celebrations.
ホイップクリームをトッピングにしたのが好物だった。
I tried eggnog once. Was not for me.
そうね。
To be fair, I don't like egg in the first place, so... Although she turns to smile, it's obvious from her tense expression as she's forcing it. The clerk and I are both perplexed.
副会長？ごめんなさい。お二人で話してもらえるかしら。
心ここにあらずという言葉を抜き出して擬人化したら、ああなるっていう見本みたいだったな。
私たちが犯人扱いしたからでしょうか。
そいつは違う。博愛主義者の我が副会長様が疑われたくらいであんな態度になるわけがない。
After all, she confessed to the crime herself. Council Clerk's perspective is probably clouded by her own guilt, but...
庶務のこと話していた時はなんともなかった。
Nope, just you. Nini doesn't have any axe to grind with the members of the Council of Nicaea. She only grew distant when I joined the conversation.
どうしたって言うんだ、ネリー。
Looking over to where my best friend is talking to Sugun, wearing her usual gentle smile, I feel something inside me start to shift. Please talk to each other, I'm begging! Like a proper conversation. The rays of the setting sun fill the chapel, along with the lilting notes of the Tota Pulka as a hymn for the Virgin Mary. Listening to Neely's familiar voice, my heart is soothed by the unchanging melody, tone, and rhythm. The gift I inherited from my mother means that I can generally learn something after seeing or experiencing it just once. Having something inspire me with the same feeling of freshness even when I've already experienced it before, therefore lends it new value. Cooking, photography, singing.
この声が聞きたいから合唱部に入部したようなもの。
Being able to pick things up so quickly means I grow bored of them equally fast. No matter how many times I hear her sing this song though, I never tire of it. Although I do experience a sense of déjà vu, I could still listen to it forever.
では、私の歌をなぞるように歌唱してみてください。
Singing ceases and my mouth curves up in a smile as she utters an instruction in line with what I'd just been thinking. I inadvertently voice my disappointment at the end of her song. Needy gives me a little side eye then.
少し席を外します。
With that, she exits the chapel, as though seeking to avoid my gaze. No, it's more than that. She's very clearly putting distance between us.
あからさまだったものな。あの時も。
Our club will perform together as a choir at the Christmas Mass. I try to approach Needy for some guidance, but...
ここの音階だが。
ごめんなさい。他の方に聞いて。
At least she actually responded to me that time. I tried asking her if I'd done something wrong.
ノエルを前にいつも以上に気合が入っているね。歌声に胸が震えるよ。
Although her eyes seemed desperate to convey something, she gracefully walked away from me without saying a word.
かかとを3回鳴らして助けてもらいたいよ。
何を助けてほしいのですか？
The sharp-eyed Nikakun picks up sharp-eyed, I say about the one character wearing glasses. The sharp-eared Nikakun picks up on my whisper and now blinks at me innocently.
オズの魔法使いだよ。聞いたことがないかい？かかとを3度鳴らす。
読んだことがあります。でも銀の靴は確か故郷に帰るための方法ですよね。
It's a natural question, but to me, to us, those silver slippers instead equal protection. The pinky promise we made as kids.
今かかとを鳴らしても助けに来てくれる者はいない。
八代先輩、
ちゃんと聞いているよ。だが僕にも答えたくない質問もある。
そうですよね。
She glances back at the chapel entrance, to which Neely has since left. Sharp, although...
ネリーとギクシャクしているのなんて周知の事実だな。
コミカド先輩と喧嘩でもしたんですか
Chuckling at a forthright question, I find myself falling back into old habits.
ああ、大喧嘩になったよ。
そんな、どうして？
夜、僕の部屋に呼び出してベッドに押し倒したのがまずかったみたいだ。ムード作りを怠った罰だ。ガツガツしすぎて嫌われたかな。
Playing the stereotypical dandy, I reach out and tease her braids with a finger. For a moment she seems dazed, then...
嘘だ、嘘ですね。
君は本当にからかいがいがあるね。
She pats at my chest and I smile, genuinely moved by her kindness.
結局のところ、僕が悪いのだろうね。鈍感で心の機微に疎い。だから怒らせてしまう。
Happy anniversary, thank you! Good evening!
そんな、八代先輩は紳士ですよ。
It has been a while! And thank you for the resub! Enjoy the emote. It has been a while since I got... Wait, when did they only started implementing these anniversaries last year, right? That you can like celebrate the date when you've reached just affiliate status. I think it was last year. I can't help but chuckle at the irony, known only to me in her choice of a masculine word.
お世辞じゃないですよ。先輩は気遣いのできる紳士です。私やスオーさんも何度も助けてもらいました。
そうかな。偽善者として優しく振る舞っているだけかもしれないよ。
I haven't kept my promise to Suokun. I'm even considering running. Sorry, what? Jing on it entirely.
優しくないなんて、そんなこと。
Smiling, she attempts to defend me. I cut her off.
悪魔は紳士風と相場は決まっている。
I tell her. I shouldn't be speaking of the devil in a church. Furika-kun looks at a loss for words.
すまない。意地悪だったね。
I reach out to wind a finger through her luscious braids. Although she flushes, she doesn't flinch or pull back from me. Out of consideration for me, I suppose.
だが、確かに今更だな。
When Ningu and I had first gotten together, it was like the air between Neely and I had stagnated, though no one but us could sense it. Sure, there had been a sense of discomposure, but she hadn't let anything like it show in her language or behavior, which is probably why the rest of the school had felt sorry for her and taken a more outwardly hostile stance toward me and Ningu on her behalf. Why is she avoiding me now?
懺悔したい気分だ。
Gazing at the image of Christ with his eyes closed, I let out a long sigh. Wait. Fuck. You can't make an omelette without cracking eggs. Thinking of a line from the movie All the King's Man, I give my frying pan a shake.
元ネタはフランスのことわざだったか。
To cook it more effectively, I added some mayonnaise to the mixture when I was beating the eggs. Apparently, it stops it from hardening as soon as it's on the heat and makes the egg nice and fluffy, but...
そもそも成功したらという話だ。
Shaking the pan again, I use a pair of long chopsticks to chopsticks to stir the pre-omelette mixture of egg, cream, butter, mayo, and pepper. My eyes are fixed on the pale yellow liquid in the pan.
Nelly.
But my mind's eye sees only her. When I think about why she's avoiding me, my chest aches unbearably. The scariest vision of the future is one where this leads to a slow decoupling from her. It's a tale as old as time. A pair of BFFs go off on their separate ways to university. Can't be bothered to call each other and gradually stop meeting in person. The relationship dying a slow but natural death.
こんなに胸が切なくなるなんて。
Feeling down about the situation, I try totting up her negative qualities in an attempt to reduce my feelings for her. She's kind to everyone, which leads to indecisiveness. She takes too long doing her hair in the mornings, that kind of thing. But even when I focus on her shortcomings, not one of them truly spoils the whole. In fact, they simply serve to shine an even brighter light on her strengths.
どうしたら。
A shot in my ear directs my gaze from my inner thoughts back to my omelette. The yellow mixture is burned, darkening to a shade somewhere between brown and black.
やってしまった。
Lifting the pan off the heat, I slide the blackened former omelette onto a plate. The burnt scent emanating from its charred remains seems to represent my inner anguish.
もうちょっと早く声をかけるべきでしたね。
She peers around me at the plate.
いや、大惨事にはならずに済んだ。ありがとう、いちごくん。
卵焼きを作っていたんですね。
Looking into her friendly smiling face, I tell her it was supposed to be an omelette. I guess it's much from the fact that they both showed up at cooking club today, but it looks like the sisters have patched things up. Fingers leaning forward regarding the disaster before me.
先輩、うまく作れないみたいだから、リンゴが教えてあげなよ。
She declares, beckoning her sister over.
失敗したのは卵焼きですね。違うよ、オムレツだって。
There's absolutely nothing that feels off about the interaction. They've definitely made up.
そういえば私、オムレツと卵焼き
リンゴへ
の違いって
声をかけても
知らないかも。
Ah!
不穏な空気になることもなくなった。
Don't talk at the same time!
明確な違いは。
Previously, I'd felt everyone tense up whenever I spoke to Ringo out in the open, but now things are back to how they were before that.
半熟の卵焼きと完熟のオムレツの違いは？
Why do you keep talking?
これを見越して鐘楼のルーガル事件を起こしたとするならば
Ichigo Sasaki-kun is one smart cookie.
認識を改めないとな。
Of course he is.
ゆずりは先輩。
Thank you for the time and the posture check. And the pet.
そんなに焦がしたことがショックだったんですか？
いや、なんというかどうやって食べようかなと思ってね。
Maybe scrape off the burnt parts and see if there's anything edible left.
さすがにもう食べられないですよ。
No?
いいえ、でもケチャップをたっぷり振れば、あるいは。
Ichigo-kun flaps her hand in front of her face, seemingly disgusted by his sister's suggestion. It's a silly little back and forth.
少しほっとするな。
Using my special skill, I peer through Ichigo-kun's windows.
隠し事。
なんですか？
いや、なんでも。
そういえば料理部でクリスマスのお料理を用意するんですよね。先輩はどんな料理が作りたいですか？
Waving her arms around exaggeratedly, she hurriedly cuts me off. Perhaps she thought I was going to bring up the werewolf.
そうだね。手軽に作れる軽食がいいかな。
I go along with her obvious attempt to change the subject.
軽食。それじゃあそのサンドイッチとかですか？
料理下手な僕でもなんとかできそうだしね。
私としては生ハムとアボカドのオープンサンドが好きです。
僕はサンドイッチなら何でも好きだ。規制はない。ただしツナサンドは除く。
They're both grinning broadly at our banter. The cooking club room is filled with laughing voices as I continue working on my chosen dish. Except... As I look across the room, there's just one person who's standing awkwardly apart.
ま、そりゃ怒るよな。
先輩？
せっかくだから オムレツの作り方を教えてもらおうかな。
いいですよ。でも
She must have caught my glance as her eyes also flick in Sukun's direction.
スーちゃんでなくていいんですか？そうだ、先輩にとって料理の師匠ですものね。
I stop Ichigukun before she can call out to her.
スーちゃんと何かあったのですか？
Ningo asks, ever perceptive. For a moment I'm unsure how to answer, then
とある事情から約束を一つ保護にしてね。僕が悪いのさ。
I settle on sharing a fragment of the truth.
約束。私的に誤解を解くよう話してきましょうか？
It's hardly a misunderstanding, it's very clear cut.
こればかりは僕が自分で話をつける。大丈夫だよ。
でも
理由は話せないが、スオ君にしたら僕が嘘をついたようなものだからね。
嘘。
Ningo repeats the word and it bursts its way into my ears. The twins exchange a guilty look, but I'm distracted by the bleakness in Sukun's eyes as she stares at me.
どうしたらいい？
Inside my heart I call out for my best friend. You can't get away from yourself by moving from one place to another. An Ernest Hemingway quote runs through my mind. Wiping the fog from the glass, I gaze out the window. I'm scarcely seeing the scenery outside, though. It's like my feelings will nearly have congealed to form a film over my eyes.
どうしたらいい？
How should I face up to Nini no Komikado? My heart is torn with conflicting emotions merely from having her act differently toward me. Even though I'm dating Ningo, it's the fact that my heart is in such turmoil itself a betrayal of her. However,
コミカドネリネと私は分かちがたくつながっている。
I can't imagine cutting her off and going our separate ways as separate people. At some point along the way, we blended together like twins sharing one soul. Having finished dancing, my body is rapidly losing heat. Strangely distanced from myself, I objectively observe how my sweat is cooling me down and that I might catch a cold. Hearing a quiet pad of footsteps across the otherwise silent room, the film is abruptly wiped from my eyes. I recognize those footsteps.
すみません、バスキア教諭。
Realizing she's come to look up and is about to speak to me, I beat her to the punch.
なぜ謝るのです？
余計な手間をかけさせてしまった。
Sister Basquiat shakes her head.
何か悩んでいることがあるのですね。
For a moment I'm wary, thinking she did what I do and peered into the room behind my eyes. Then I smirked to myself, realizing how angsty I must have looked staring out the window.
悩んでいることなんてありませんよ。
罪の意識で進行を妨げてはなりません。
Her smile fails at the immediacy of my response. I peek into her own windows. As usual, the curtains are shut tight.
私に黙っていると約束したのに、口にしたことを心苦しく思っているのですね。
For a second I have no idea what she's talking about. A moment later I realize she's referring to the thing with Domata Katabami.
約束を破ってすみません。親友の疑いを晴らすためにはどうしようもなかったのです。
構いません。彼女も黙ってもらっていたことに心苦しさを感じていたでしょう。優しさからとはいえ、規則を自ら破ってしまったのですから。
A smile could melt even the iciest of hearts. A smile like that would have moved me when I was younger.
だが部屋に招待してくれない者は信用できない。
I smile wryly at the curtains pulled across her eyes.
ありがとうございます。心の使いは取れました。では
他にも懺悔したいことがおありなのでしょう。
I'm momentarily flustered. It's impossible to get a read on her emotions. She's similar to me and I don't like that, but
僕と似ている。
八代さん、
バスキア教諭は誰かを真剣に愛したことはありますか？
I've thrown her. I see the curtains twitch, but I still can't see into the room.
この人のためなら身を投げ打ってもいいと思える人です。
私は
That's not what I meant.
私には
Do Deep within her eyes, I feel like I catch a glimpse of something holy, yet terrifying. Something I shouldn't have seen.
八代さんはい
いのです。これは自分で答えを出さなくてはならない問題でした。おかしな質問をしてすみません。
As I bow my hat to her and take my leave, I see her cross herself. I can almost see an image of my best friend superimposed on her, chilling my frozen body even further.
愚かだな。
Muttering to myself, I scroll through the photos on my camera. Trying to talk about homosexuality with a devoutly Christian nun had definitely been the wrong call. In my distraction, I ended up imagining some pretty impolite things. I had a silent apology as I gazed at my collection of scenic photos, then...
ネリー。
As though traveling back in time to the day it was taken, I arrived at a photo of me and Nina. A photo from when I won accounts of Nikkei elections, kindly taken by the clerk. Even though it was only a year earlier, it feels like a scarily long time ago. In the photo, I'm frowning at something behind the camera woman, while Neri appears to be smiling joyously at the same thing. What was it? I have a photographic memory, yet I can't remember this.
そうだ。
I hadn't reacted openly to it, but her instruction for us to stand closer together had really agitated me. Touching Neri's shoulder, her body, in front of everyone had really thrown me for a loop. Even though I always enjoyed the way our bodies would touch when the two of us sat chatting together. There in the library, beneath the slanting rays of the dying sun, staring at this image of my best friend, I feel completely alone. Like the Tin Woodman without his heart, I feel a chasm open in my chest.
写真お好きなのですね。
Feeling like I'm still in a dream, I turn sluggishly in the direction of the voice.
高崎くん。
お邪魔してしまいましたか？
いや、なんとなしに眺めていただけだよ。八重垣くんに図書を借りてやるのかい？
今日は私が読みたい本を選ぼうと思って。
アミティエとの趣味を合わせるために。
There's no affectation to her smile as she nods. While she never really beams, her smile still somehow reminds me of Neely's.
八重垣くんは幸せ者だな。
八代先輩は本を選ばないのですか？図書室でカメラをいじっているって。
She looks over at the librarian's desk.
白羽さんの当番じゃないですしね。
The son of Sue Shirahana's name startles me. Yet another girl I'm having issues with.
カメラで学院を撮っていて、ここへは少し休憩に寄っただけだよ。今。
そうなんですか。
What about that? She stares intently at the camera in my hands, but shakes her head when I hold it out to her.
八代先輩がカメラを好きだってなんだからしい感じですよね。
らしい。
なんというか八代先輩って芸術家気質に思えるし女流写真家みたいで。
Seeing traces of Neely in her smiling face, I gently stroke my camera.
実は初めは写真を撮ることが好きではなかったんだ。
Internally, I reflect on how heavy the equipment is and how it's generally seen as a masculine hobby.
Huh? Since when?
それではなぜ
I've
カメラ
never
を
heard
手
that
に取った
before
ん
in
で
my
すか？
life.
母の存在だよ。
お母さんのですか？お母さんが写真を撮るのが好きで自分もとか？
Shaking my head, I tell her that it was quite the opposite.
母は写真が嫌いだった。撮るのも撮られるのも。
Oh.
ポートレートも家族写真すら一枚も残してない。
それじゃあ娘だったら撮られることに抵抗が少ないだろうから八代先輩がお母さんを撮ることにしたとか？
いや、母は幼い頃に亡くなった。写真を撮るようになったのはその後だ。母の思い出は僕の頭の中だけだ。でもそんなのってないだろ。普通後に残される娘に一枚くらい。
八代先輩、
僕が写真を撮るのはね、僕自身がここに確かにいたってことを。
Our memories paint things in either a better or worse light than reality. This still applies to me even with my photographic memory.
湿っぽい話をしてしまったね。
I'd never spoken about this to anyone before. The Twilight Room, the ghost of Nini and the girl before me, they've made me unusually loose-lipped.
いえ、八代先輩のことが知れて嬉しかったです。
高崎くん。
Despite the heavy confession I just laid on her, she's still smiling at me in a way that reminds me of Nini.
八代先輩も告白してくれたから話。
閉鎖的だ。
そうでなく、両親と離れてしまうのが嫌だったんです。
Realizing that she's chosen to share something private and personal with me, I sit up straight and look her in the eye.
両親は仕事人間で、当たり前の家族ということができない人たちだったんです。
Reminds me of my own father.
ないがしろにされていた？
以前はそう思っていました。だから両親の目を引きたくて芸能の世界に入り、バレエで有名になろうとしたんです。
なのにこの学院へ転入させられた。
ええ、初めは失敗をしてしまった私を落胆し、どうでもよくなったのかって。だから早く病気を治して学院を出る、それだけを考えていました。
Recover. A word sticks out to me, but it would be insensitive to interrupt. I decide not to ask.
でもこの学院で朗読劇やバレエ発表会、たくさんの出来事を経て考え方が変わったんです。両親はきっと病を治した上で私に普通の学院生活を送ってもらいたかったんだって。
The gentle rays of the sun soften her smile, and I find myself nodding along unconsciously. My métier partner taught me how to see things that way, she tells me.
八重垣くんは君の守護天使なんだね。
はい。
From her bright response and the way she's behaving, I realize that Takasaki-kun is trying to get closer to me, just like her métier partner once did for her. Her sharing the secrets of her past with me is proof of that.
ねえ高崎くん、どうしても手に入れたいものが2つあったらどうする？
それなら両方。
片方しか手に入らないとしてだ。
She places her index finger to her perfectly formed lips, giving my question serious consideration. Her gaze grows sharper than usual, like she's regarding something with disdain.
それはどちらにも優劣はつけられないんですよね。価値は同じという前提ですよね。
優劣。
They're both so important to me, I've never even thought to compare them, but I suppose that implication was buried in my question.
私はどちらかを必ず選ばないといけないとなったら迷いません。自分の心に従います。
それで選ばれなかった方が損なわれたとしても、
私の好きなあの子の言葉を借りるなら、誰にでもいい顔なんてできない。一歩を踏み出すのは誰でも怖い。でも踏み出さなかったらずっと同じ場所でとどまってしまう。それは選ぶ側も選ばれる側も損なわれる行為ではないでしょうか。
Takasaki-kun's answer reminds me of a line from my favorite movie. She has every right to mess up her life. Those words from Amelie.
悩むよりも行動せよか。思っているまま抱えていると、いずれ心が腐り落ちてしまう。
After thanking her, I ask if it's okay to take a photo. She nods obligingly.
綺麗に撮るよ。
汚いものを美しく撮ることはできますけど、美しいものを汚くは撮れませんよ。
It's such a Yaegaki-kun thing to say, I can't help but smirk. Focusing in on her beautiful figure set aglow by the setting sun, I click the shutter. A memory's added to the gaping hole inside me, helping to fill it up ever so slightly. A single photo warms me and lends me the resolve to face up to those girls. Holding the Sasaki out to the St. Joseph both to celebrate her sprain being fully healed and to tell her how I feel. The wintry chill of the night air brings clarity to both my mind and heart. It's a perfect environment to ponder the words I need to say to her. With the icy breeze tingling against my cheeks, I arrive at the chapel just as I did that night. On my way to the St. Joseph, I glance up at the stained glass image of Christ. As I head for the door that will take me to the stairs leading down underground, my best friend's voice echoes in my head, explaining to me the reason for these pictures painted in stained glass. Since literacy rates were so much lower in days gone by, many people weren't able to read and learn from scripture. The church windows were fitted with stained glass images that, when looked at in order, could teach parishioners Bible stories when they came to say their prayers. I smiled slightly to myself as I remember how proud my best friend had been to share her knowledge with me. I imagine not every church's windows can be read like a picture book, but the windows before me clearly tell the story of Christ. Coming to a standstill, I cast my eyes over them from top to bottom, just as Neely explained it. The story ends with the crucifixion. They could have at least added the resurrection. I feel a certain irony given where I'm headed right now. I am condemned. No, the one being judged is. Feeling the chill in the air even more keenly, I reach for the doorknob. Ingo arrives slightly late as I'm gazing vacantly at the thick stage curtains. It's been a while since we met in our secret spot like this, and her expression is tense, causing my insides to clench too. But when she sees the homemade cookies I've brought, she breaks into her usual smile. Hi, room! Thank you! Good evening! Seeing her stuff her cheeks, a cookie held in both hands like a cute little squirrel, I filled with relief.
味見はしたのだけど、自分の舌は信用ならないからね。
ゆずりは先輩の勧めるものは全部美味しいですよ。
そう言ってくれるとありがたい。
I take a bite of a cookie myself. I think it is pretty good.
正しい道を指し示してくれる和菓子はもういない。
I've obviously been so dependent on her I couldn't have faith in myself without first asking her opinion.
ゆずりは先輩？
アーモンドを入れたのは正解だった。
Smiling back at her, I pour a cup of the coffee I brought. For a while, only the soft sounds of our eating and drinking fill the otherwise silent hall.
クリスマス会楽しみですね。
One more month since your 2 years of watching new stream anniversary. Woo! I cannot believe this is my 3rd year of streaming. It's crazy to me.
2回屋の会の会長として最後の仕事だ。学院のみんなが楽しめるノエルにするさ。
みんなが？
ああ。
Nodding, I sip on my coffee. It's just the usual bitter bean juice. I don't get how people can genuinely like the stuff. Glancing at the girl beside me, I see she hasn't touched her own drink and is simply staring into disdain.
紅茶の方が良かったかな。
いえ、そうではないんです。
She mutters into her Americano, though her gaze still isn't focused on the cup or its contents. It's almost like she's gazing at distant thunderclouds on the horizon, taking in the general shape, but unable to pin down the exact outline.
何か思い悩んでいることがあるのか？
Honestly, though, 2023 felt like such a fake year. I hope 2024 is gonna be better.
ゆずりは先輩、シェーラザードって知っていますか？
A sudden question baffles me.
アラビアンナイト。千夜一夜物語の語り手だろ？寝物語を聞かせる。
はい。私、シェーラザードのことをずっとシェラザードだって思い込んでいたんです。私、そういう思い込みが多いんです。アボカドをアボガドだとずっと思い込んでいたり。
She looks embarrassed. It's just silly chatter, the kind we always indulge in during our clandestine meetings here in the St. Joseph. Yet I can't bring myself to tell her that I do the same.
私はこうあるべきだって思い込んだらそうとしか見えないんです。だから
She bites back her words as though struck by a sudden spasm of pain. I recall seeing a similar scene before, directly above us on a night just like tonight when she confessed her feelings to me.
私は
She's trying to confess to me again. As soon as I realize this, my chest constricts. It's only hard to breathe. Feels like the air around us has grown thin.
私は身を引いてくれた
Confession seems to pull even more oxygen from the air. The tears trailing down her cheeks and dripping from her chin form waves in a coffee cup. Seeing the girl before me forcing out her feelings, I'm now fully convinced. That sense that something was out of place in the room behind her eyes was because, no matter how similar they may be, each of the rooms has its own idiosyncrasies.
君は何も悪くないよ、いちごくん。
I comfort Ichigo Sasaki, wiping away her tears as she takes off a layer of foundation as well, revealing a mole beneath her eye, a physical marker that differentiates them. I don't know when they first started swapping places, but I know I felt that something was off. I should have identified it, but I convinced myself it was because my feelings were vacillating between Ringo and my best friend. Or maybe I just did my best not to think about it.
彼女たちと会うことで胸のモヤモヤに蓋をしていたのは自分だ。
I can't condemn Ichigo. The guilt has been crushing her this whole time.
リンゴはこれで一緒だねって笑ってくれて、でも本当は笑えるはずない。お姉ちゃんなのに本当は最初から応援してあげなくちゃいけないのに。
I sympathetically rub her back, trembling from the force of her sobs.
君は何も悪くない。いちごくんは何も悪くない。君が不実だと謝るなら僕こそ謝らなければならない。
Verdigre's eyes swimming, she gazes at me like she's looking into my own inner room.
人というのは時折醜い顔を覗かせることがある。そいつがない人間なんてバスキや教諭だって僕だって悪しき心を持っている。そいつを野放しにしている方が楽だ。
I open up my room to her rust green eyes as I speak.
私は自分勝手に振る舞って
だが楽な方へ流れず悪しき心を押しとどめたじゃないか。安穏だった今を変えるというのは強い決意がなければならない。でも妹のためにこのままじゃいけないって思ったんだろ。それはすごいことなんだ。
でも私は騙して。
Tears continue to spill from her eyes and rain down onto the ground, sending a silent prayer up to Christ above me and wrap an arm tightly around her shoulders.
騙されてたからってなんだ。僕は君を許す。神でも競技的意味合いでもない八代譲り派として。
Tears keep flowing and flowing as she hugs me tightly. The intensity of feeling hot against my chest makes my own voice quiver. She apologizes tearfully again and again, and each time I tell her that I forgive her.
ごめんなさい。譲り派先輩ばかり大変な目に。
いいんだ。僕はそういう星回りに生まれたんだよ。いちごくんとの蜜月は僕にとっても宝物だ。
Putting on an act like our wheelchair-bound friend, I whisper to her. Smiling through her tears, she tells me she did too.
リンゴの元へ行こう。
譲り派先輩。
A thousand thoughts must be running through her head as she stares at me vulnerably. Then she gives a single decisive nod. In my burning heart, my aching heart, my father's words resonate. Whatever the situation, it's up to you. Whether or not you're able to laugh it off all depends on how you feel. So unlike his usual manner of speaking, but right here now, with all the air having left the room, I truly believe it.
父も私や母と暮らすために様々な取捨選択を繰り返した。
I've been seeking a place of my own where I can truly smile and laugh.
行こう。
Taking her by the hand, I had toward a choice of my own. Nighttime visitors are almost always uninvited guests. However,
すべて話してしまったのですね。
she welcomes me in. Ichigo-kun apologizes for being unable to bear the guilt and exposing the deception to me, and for prioritizing her own feelings in agreeing to the switch in the first place.
いいんですよ。すべてわかっているです。
As the identical verdigris eyes connect, I sense an exchange not only of words but of emotion, forgiven and forgiving as only twins can.
僕は彼女を許した。君もだ。
ゆずりは先輩。
She gazes lovingly into my eyes and to the empty gaping cavern in my heart.
僕は決めなくちゃいけない。そのためにここへ来た。
In my right ear, I hear my father whispering, telling me to find a place where I belong.
リンゴはゆずりは先輩が思っているよりもあなたのことを思っているんです。
Behind it, I hear Ichigo-kun's voice, but in my left ear, I can hear Takasaki-kun murmuring, "You can't please everyone." Whispered words on each side. This isn't by chance. Listen to your heart and go where you want to be. That's what they're telling me. I choose. Oh. I am allowed to say this? We're not going with the Sasaki sisters. I love them. So... Closing my eyes, I take a moment to listen to both voices and look deep within myself. Sitting on a chair in the barren room of my mind, her expression one of bewilderment and suppressed pain, is Nini Nakumikado.
ごめん。
なんで
She takes a step forward, but her sister holds her back, her gaze fixed on me.
決めたのですね。
あ
よかった。ゆずりは先輩がちゃんと自分の心の声に従ったことが嬉しいんです。
I'd be lying if I said I hadn't considered it.
私が好きなゆずりは先輩は今のゆずりは先輩なんですよ。
Her soft hand gently comes to rest against my cheek, her delicate fingers hot and trembling. I can barely contain all the feelings boiling inside me.
僕は強くなるために父の喋り方を真似し、癖を模倣し、好きな音楽まで習った。
ゆずりは先輩。
こんな私を好きになってくれてありがとう。
I wrap my arms around her. The heat of her body and the soft healing scent of her makes my heart feel like it's about to break. Maybe things would be better like this. Maybe she'd stay here enveloped in her sweet scent. We didn't date for long, but all the precious memories we made, the walks in the woods, the taste of sandwiches eaten as we walked together, the movies we watched while holding hands, they all spin like a kaleidoscope, merging and disappearing into nothing.
ありがとう。
Put an end to it all, I thank her once again. I assume she nods against my throat as her hair tickles my skin. Pulling back from her soft body, I smile at Ichigo-kun, who has tears in her eyes. Many memories rush through the room of my mind in a muddy stream, leaving behind only Nini Nakumikado sitting on a chair amidst the emptiness. You can't please everyone. I found a place I belong, and I've decided to leave behind this place where the kind-hearted twins wait, never to return. Several nights have passed since I told her what I wanted. I don't recall the exact date, but I feel that the temperature suddenly plummeted at some point. On my way back after walking Nidi's roommate Hagiwara-san to my own room, feeling an icy chill creep up from my toes, I suddenly make up my mind. There in the corridor, I draw in a sharp breath. The cold air prickles my nose. Winter is well and truly here.
雪が降ってもおかしくないんだ。
Okay,
当たり前だな。
Outside the window, the bare trees shiver in the cold wind. Coming to a stop, I gaze out for a moment at the skeletal cherry trees. More than the actual cold of the corridor, looking out at the trees with their naked branches, stripped down and exposed to the frosty air, truly delivers the message that winter has come.
タイムリミットが近づいている。
Drawing another deep breath of winter air into my lungs, I walk on toward the room where she's waiting for me. I enter after knocking to find Nady sitting on the bed, her eyes locked intently on something in her lap. Keeping an eye on her, I change into the nightwear I brought with me. Unlike out in the corridor, the temperature in the room is stable. Although on bare skin there's a slight chill, it doesn't matter. I was planning on a pajama party today anyway. After quickly changing into my nightwear, I approach Nady and look down at the thing she's so engrossed in. A hardcover book.
これはオズの魔法使いだね。
It's so fucking bright, Jesus Christ.
ええ、二人の思い出の本。
On the page she's reading, I spell a particular line. The queerness doesn't matter so long as they're friends. My cynical smile sneaks into my face before I can stop it. Nady smiles slightly too as she notices where I'm looking. Then she closes the book and goes to turn off the light. It's already way past lights out.
萩原さんはちゃんとエスコートしてきたかしら。
王子はいないが、お城には案内してきたよ。
I sit down on the bed beside Nady. That's right.
今朝方、きちんと私と向き合ってもらえるよ。
She'd been very obviously avoiding me. I tried to discuss things with Nady right after I'd come clean about my feelings to Ringo, but
逃げ続けられ、きちんと話してくれるよう対話できたのは
譲り派？
もちろん萩原君におかしなことをしていないよ。きちんとエスコートしたさ。
ならいいのだけど。
部屋を変わることで仲直りしてくれるなら3日だって1週間だって変わるってね。
そう。
it's been as plain as day to our classmates that something's going on between me and Nady. Her meteor partner must have been affected by it too.
ごめんなさい。私のせいね。
そのことは今朝方君が謝ってくれたことで決着がついた。問題ない。
理由も聞かずに許すの？
美しい女性に訳を聞くのは野暮ってものだよ。
Getting up from the bed, I go pick up the coffee pot she prepared before I arrived. The rich scent of coffee wafting through the room had informed me of it. Quickly grabbing 2 cups, I pour one for each of us.
暑いから気をつけて。
ありがとう。
Smiling, I remind her she's the one who made it. When I take a drink, it's clear to me that the coffee she grinds herself is a cut above what I brew. Perhaps the character of the brewer really does come across in every cup of coffee. There's a telling warmth to Nady's special Nikise beans, alongside a hint of strawberry.
美味しいね。僕が引いたのとはわけが違う。
譲り派が入れてくれたコーヒーも美味しいわ。
She brings the cup to her lips. The way she drinks, it's like she's trying to leave some kind of mark on the rim. After gazing into the steam rising from the hot liquid for a while.
久しぶりね。パジャマパーティーをするなんて。
ああ、1年生の折はみんなを集めてよく開いた。でも2階屋の会のメンバーになることが決まって、
規則を守らせる立場の者が破るのはいけないと自然と立ち消えてしまった。
She gazes down into her cup nostalgically. Internally, I add that's not all we stopped doing. As we grew up together, I quit and discarded many important things. My relationship with my mother, my feud with my father. I became who I am by giving up myself. And
ネリネのこと。
譲り派？
in response to a questioning look, I take a sip of coffee, letting the bitterness sink into my tongue as I turn my gaze at my coarsened inner self. As I confront it, I kneel and take Neely's hand.
僕は今までたくさんのことを諦め、取捨選択していった。弱い僕自身を捨て、ネリーを守れる強い自分を獲得し。
This is how you know you're at the end of a Flowers game. It's when we get the almost completely blurred out CG in the background that's slowly gonna start opening up.
君とずっと一緒にいられるために洗礼を受けた。
譲り派？
そんな顔しなくていい。選んだのは僕だ。二階屋の会の会長となったのも、選挙に出ると言った君の言葉があったからだ。
The expression on her face was one of intense pain. But I'm not telling her this because I want her sympathy or her regret.
今話したのは僕が捨ててきたものだ。自分から望んで選んできたもの。
私があなたを変えさせてしまった。
ああ、だがさっきも言ったが、後悔なんて塵ほどもしていない。
I feel like my body has suddenly grown 10 times heavier and the air around me thinner.
僕にとって己を変えるほど、捨てるのを厭わないほどに君が好きなんだ。改めて告白させてくれ。僕はコミカドネリネが好きだ。
It takes all the courage I have for me to voice the words. My body feels like it's burning up. There's a buzzing in my ears, and my inner world has gone as dark in silence the far side of the moon. And she, Nini no Kumikado.
私もゆずりはのことが好きよ。
There's a troubled look in her eyes as she utters those characteristically philanthropic words. Usually I'd smirk back at her, and that would be that. But today I can't back down.
もう一度言うよ。友愛だとか博愛だとかの好きじゃない。僕はコミカドネリネを愛している。
It's a frank and decisive statement. Nini's face is a complex mix of emotions, happiness, distress, and sorrow.
でもあなたは佐々木りんごさんとお付き合いしている。
I immediately think back on the twins that day.
別れたよ。リンゴとは別れた。
I don't say it out loud, but I'm sure she can sense that I'm asking her to give me a proper response too. Her willowy hand trembles slightly in my own, but her celadon eyes are unwavering as they stare straight back into my own.
ゆずりはあなたは私のことを慕って幼い頃内気だった自分を救ってくれたと本に感じてくれているけれど
Her unadorned gaze has me captivated.
本当はそれは優しいおとぎ話のようなお話ではないの。幼い頃の私は傲慢だった。それは私についてくるあなたのことを友人と思うよりも何でも言うことを聞く愛玩動物のように扱っていた。私が何を頼んでも受け入れてくれたから。
She's right.
何でも言う通りにするのが嬉しくて私はあなたに洗礼を受けるよう仕向けた。自分で選んだとゆずりはは言ったけど私がそう仕向けたのよ。
At the time I was aware of how she thought of me.
私の傲慢から洗礼を受けさせたすぐ後
My mother who would always leave the last part of something unsaid.
あなたのお母さんは私の汚れた心を見抜いていたの。本当はゆずりはを友達とは思っていないのでしょう。今が嘘でもいい。でもお願いです。あの子とゆずりはと私の代わりにずっと一緒にいてあげてください。
I'd known that Neely and my mother had spoken about something personal while I was out of the room. Still, my emotions swell and my vision blurs at hearing this proof of my mother's love for me. She simply hadn't known how to express it. The same as me. I should have been more affectionate with her.
その後私は病にかかって約束通りずっと一緒に守ろうと決めていたけれど
A single tear of abject remorse falls from her eye and trails down her cheek. A mistake once made can never be undone. She hangs her head and I speak to her trembling shoulders.
許せる間違いはいくつもある。だが許せない過ちもあるんだ。こいつは許せる方の過ちだよ。
She stares at me dumbfounded. I flash her my usual cynical smile, my father's, which I mimic.
母が亡くなったのは今みたいな冬の時期だった。
I take in a deep lungful of the air in the room.
冬の匂いだ。この空気が 今も私に母を思い出させてくれる。季節が巡るたび母に会える。だから何も寂しくなんかない。
Internally, I concede that I do wish she'd at least left me a photo.
母は最後の一語文をあえて口に出さないような喋り方をした。ここの病院の先生は名医よ。だけど治せない病もある。ネリーに告げた言葉もきっと最後の言葉の後で本当の友達になってあげて、そう付け加えられるはずだった。
That's what I believe.
譲り合う。
始まりは確かにからかいや同情が含まれていただろう。でも今でもそうなのか？
違う。
Her cheeks flush, she vehemently denies it. I stroke her hair comfortingly.
今話したのは
Come on.
コミカドネリネにとっての真実だが、私の真実はそうじゃない。
でもそれは騙して。
私にとってコミカドネリネは出会った頃から変わらない憧れだよ。
私を許すというの？
ずっとネリーが王能に苦しめられていたのは知っていた。
The look she gives me is a confused jumble of pain and joy. And
もう少しだけ時間が欲しいの。
分かった。ノエルまで待つよ。待つのには慣れている。
please! Having secured an answer, we're caught in the eddies of a complex whirlpool of emotions. Her eyes looking up at me are filled with anxiety. I wouldn't blame her if she looked at me with distrust, wondering what she might lose from here on out. However, in class she speaks to me with the same carefree smile she always used to wear. Our classmates are overjoyed to see that our strained relationship is back to normal. And the same goes for everyone in Cooking Club. They must have heard about it from our classmates, as I received the blessings of the other club members, and even a congratulations from the Sasaki sisters. The only one who isn't openly happy for me is Sukun, but that's to be expected. I'm responsible for that. Then
あら？
she's the first of the group to notice me, followed by
久しぶりですね。
a feline smile curves across her face as Amity partner pushes her wheelchair toward me.
今日は3人で何の悪巧みだい？
Context is that one of them has been aware that she's a lesbian her entire life, and the other is a tried and true Christian who was raised extremely religiously, so it is forbidden! And she's just slowly coming to terms with her feelings.
悪巧みだなんて。本を借りに来た
So
だけで
thank
す
you
よ。
for the follow, come in!
私も同様。
以下同文です。
I love her the perfectly coordinated answers.
よかった。
何が良かったってんだ？
八代先輩が笑えるようになったからよ。
We exchange faint smiles. After all, she's the one I talked it all over with.
ちゃんと選ぶことができたのですね。
ああ、君のおかげだ。
おい、頭の上で分かり合っているんじゃないぞ。なんだ、もしかして浮気か？
エリカ焼いているの？
焼いているんじゃない。困惑しているんだよ。見ろ、委員長様は私以上にポカンとしているだろうが。
浮気。八重垣さん最低だわ。
You're a little late on that front. Also, hearing from Nika of all people, oh, cheating! You literally forced, well, the entire first game.
違うよ。なんで私がしたことになってるんだよ。
There's a small cough from the direction of the librarian's desk in response to Yagakkun's flare-up. Yagakun puts a finger to her lips and shushes us.
今のは八重垣さんをからかったのよ。
She puffs her chest out and somehow even her braids stand proud.
くそ、委員長に一本取られちまうとは一生の不覚だ。
Like Miley is okay when she Yeah. I have complicated feelings about Nika that I feel are to an extent also just due to the translation of the first game. But her of all people being all like, hey, why cheating? Even as a joke is like, you blackmailed someone into dating you. I don't think you'll want to talk here.
一緒って私そんなに抜けてないでしょ。そうよね、高崎さん。ええ、だって花火師さんは次期2回目の会の副会長様だもの。ちょっと棒読みじゃない。視線もそらさないで。
I've never really seen the three of them hanging out together, but they form a perfect combo. I should have chatted with them all sooner.
リカ君、
はい、何です？
ノエルが終われば僕たちはお役御免だ。ここからは君たちが2階屋の会の役員として。
はい、コミカド先輩の後を引き継ぐのは簡単なことではありませんけど、頑張ります。
She practically glows as she delivers this candid vow.
リカ君、君に一つ質問してもいいかな。
何でしょう？
冬が過ぎ、嵐がやってくる。そいつはひどい嵐で白羽スオは倒れてしまうかもしれない。強く身を裂く強風からスオ君を支えてあげることができるかい？
もちろんです。
神に誓って。
Completely undaunted, she responds with a brilliant smile.
私はスオーさんのアミティエですから。
Is that so? If she has a solid tree like Nika-kun to shelter against, then maybe it's fine to pass it on to her.
あら、私たちだって白羽さんにはお世話になっているわ。
Good
何かあ
luck.
れば助けます。ね、エリカ。
Good luck and have a good night. Thank you for coming by.
ま、そりゃそうだが。どうしたんです、八代先輩。もしかして死ぬんですか？
ちょっと。
大病を患っているわけではないよ。ただ確認したかったのさ。
Yagaki-kun narrows her crafty cat-like eyes that, like mine, can peer inside other people's interiors.
何か大事なことを隠しているんですね。
何もないよ。僕は生まれてこの方、嘘と冗談を言ったことがないのが自慢なんでね。
エリカみたいなことを言うんですね。
Son of Takasaki-kun's laughter draws her gaze away from mine for a moment. Taking that opportunity, I slip my arm around Nika-kun's waist and pull her toward me.
リカ君へ頼みがある。
何ですか？
スオ君への伝言を頼まれてほしい。
The day I've prepared myself for when I finally face up to Suo Shidahana is the day of the Noel celebrations. I had the pure and guileless Nika-kun pass on my message, my summons to the new leader of Eastnik. From my seat at my desk, I gaze out the window. The sky is hidden by gray clouds that promise rain or snow.
クリスマスに雪が降るか。できすぎているな。
I direct a cynical smile up to the sky, patterned in grey and madder red, like I can't pick one or the other, just like me. No, it's not true. Right now, A knock at the door interrupts my thoughts, and I call to the knocker to enter. She does so without a word.
1年生はダイニングルームの飾り付けだったね。もう終わったのかい？
Each year group is in charge of a different aspect of the Noel preparations. She walks toward my desk without answering. It's like the time she came to see me when I was languishing in bed, having lost the will to do anything. No. Peering into the room behind her eyes, I certain that she's not now the same ghostly creature I encountered back then. eyes narrow in return like she's scrutinizing an optical illusion. I don't see anything resembling defeat in them.
スオ君の家ではクリスマスを祝っていたのかい？その様子ではないのかな？あ、確かおじいさまと二人暮らしだったね。なら致し方ないのかな。
Getting up from my seat, I ask if she'd like some coffee. Of course, I get no response.
どうやら真実の女神以外では口を聞きたくないようだ。
Thank you, Humpy. Good evening. I've hit her in a weak spot. Her demeanor softens ever so slightly.
約束を守っていただけるのですね。
She finally speaks. Spreading my arms wide, I tell her it's because Dika-kun remonstrated with me.
リッカさん、もしかして真実の女神のことを。
話してはいない。
I cut her off and she brushes her finger across her lip. It's a sign that she's weakening.
僕はね、君のことも買っているが、リカ君のことも買っているのだよ。
ええ、リッカさんは私にはもったいないアミティエです。
Nodding, I turn my gaze out to the leaden skies again as I continue.
思えば、君の周りにいる者たちから僕は教えられることばかりだった。佐々木くんたちからは慈しむ愛を、リッカ君には当たり前のように人を信じるという美徳を教えてもらった。
Internally, I add that from her I learned how to not lose heart. All the emotions delivered to my hollow heart, just like in the wonderful Wizard of Oz.
八代先輩。
正直約束を交わしたが、真実の女神に通じるだろうあれを伝えることに。
それはなぜです？
知らぬ者にはただのたわいのない文言だが、君のように里い者にはこの学院の闇を除く手がかりになってしまうからね。
The air in the room feels heavy, almost solid, and I feel like I can hear the distant rumble of thunder.
そしてそいつを手がかりにして探ることで君は傷つくことになる。
構いません。
僕が構うのさ。
なぜ？
I think of my feline friend.
八重垣くんの言葉を借りると、つまんねえこと聞くなよというやつだ。僕は君の友人のつもりだったのだからね。
友達？
友人のスオくんが傷つくのを見たくない。
She bites her lower lip, the word friend clearly affecting her emotional state. Sukun came to the school out of a desire for friendship. She can't easily cut ties with anyone who uses that word with her. Looking into her inner room, I see her emotional turmoil represented as ominous clouds on a distant horizon.
だがリッカ君と対話したことで考えを改めることにした。
She looks up at me blankly.
彼女なら、君の友人たちなら、スオ君が倒れそうになってもきっと支えてくれるだろうからね。
はい。
いい返事だ。
Clouds behind her eyes vanish like they've been blown away by a strong gust of wind. Smiling slightly, I pull a file from my desk drawer.
これは？
二階屋の会の会長が連綿とつけてきた年間だよ。その年度の会が催してきた祭事、そして大きな事件があった場合記録している。
ではその中に
命名されることとなった七不思議の始まりが記されている。
Her face lights up. She says it must be the key to the goddess of truth mystery, but I shake my head.
では
確かにこの年間はある種の謎に迫るための手がかりとなるだろう。だが会長に伝わる引き継ぎの言葉ではない。
As she narrows her eyes at me, I steam myself and open the file to show her a torn page.
今から話す引き継ぎの名はかつてここに記されていた名だ。
A detestable name. I walk over to her.
高坂真由里を求めるなら、君は真実の女神に近づくことになる。
はい。
女神にたどり着くための鍵は アガペのタルパ。
アガペ、それはキリスト教の教えにある無償の愛。
ああ、神学でいうところの尽きることのない無限の愛だ。
She seems a little bewildered by the religious phrasing.
アガペのタルパは失われた始まりの七不思議だ。
始まりの七不思議、それは。
I recite the names of the mysteries that have already been revealed.
寄宿者のシェイプシフター、さまよえるウェンディゴ、真実の女神、血まみれメアリー、ヘクシンのフックマン、鐘楼のルーガル。
And lastly, the first of the 7 mysteries.
アガペのタルパ。
She intones the name like she's carving it into some deep inner part of herself. Then I say to her, as the previous president once said to me.
知っているかい、スオ君。マリア像の足元はね、蛇を踏みつけているんだ。タルパはマリア様が踏みつけている蛇だと思え。僕は先代からそう教えてもらった。
It's hard for me to pull myself away from the wonderful scent emanating from her, but I do, and look her in the eye as she stands there stiffly.
アガペのタルパ。ヘビ。
Her brain is whirring as she tries to glean something from the knowledge I just passed on to her. I want to give my wonderful underclassman who's helped me so many times one final parting gift. My own kind of thanks.
スオ君、
はい。
こいつは老婆神からの選別だ。僕が1年前に調べたとある事件から得た情報を一つ教えよう。
1年前の事件。
引き継ぎの言葉と同じもう一つの鍵だよ。
She probably hadn't expected any further hints besides the word of succession. Her eyes sparkle for a moment, then her expression grows serious.
そいつは
For a while I continued staring at the door through which she left. The room still bears the faint impression of Suishida Hana as she'd listened to my last key, the bewilderment solidifying into a clear and targeted motive.
私がしたことは正しかったのだろうか。
I resolved to give her all the keys I gathered myself, but at the same time I knew that they would lead her closer to danger. The snake which I once encountered myself shows no mercy to those who approach it.
取捨選択したというのにな。
Still sensing her scent near me, her presence, I walk over to the window. The sky is still grey, but as I stare out at it, I notice little white flakes fluttering down. It started snowing. Gazing out at the snowflakes as they gradually grow in number, I pray.
白羽周王の行く道に神のご加護があらんこと。
Girl! I'm gonna fucking scream. How much is there? At Christmas Mass, just in our choral garb, we finished singing our hymn in celebration of the birth of Christ and await for applause sweeps this weekday. Our audience beams at us. This is the result of all the training we've put in for today. In preparation for our final piece, I step forward, as does Nina. Thank you for the posture check. We are finishing this fucking game tonight. I swear to God. Also, thank you for the pet and the hydrate time. The Tota Pulkas is the last song we'll sing. While it's a hymn that celebrates the Virgin Mary, I can't help but feel a sense of irony in it, given what I earlier revealed about the goddess of truth in Isnik. I have to stop my lips from curving into a cynical smile. Looking to Nina standing beside me, also dressed in her choir outfit, I'm able to regain my composure. Catching my eye, Needy smiles slightly, then signals to our accompanist. The prelude begins solemnly. For a while I just listen to the music as I feel the breathing of the girl next to
引き
me.
惚れているばかりではいけない。
Lifting my head, I study my own breathing. Now, let us begin our song.
Classmate, クラスメイト、理解への会のみんな。
Despite past disagreements, they're here watching us earnestly. We have always seen eye to eye, but because they regard Nadine and I as friends, all misunderstandings were resolved and they now watch over us like good Samaritans.
高崎千鳥八重垣エリカ
I received the most wonderful gifts from them, courage and resolve. If it weren't for them, I probably would have been stuck in the same spot forever, just going round and round in circles.
花菱立花白羽素オ
Nika-kun showed me the virtue of believing in people, and Sukun taught me not to lose heart. If it weren't for them, my life here at the academy would probably have become dry and colorless.
佐々木いちご佐々木りんご
Our trysts played out in secret like we were kids playing house, but those indelible memories will forever warm my heart. I'm truly glad I met them.
小見門ねり
My first friend and my first love. The truth and mine may have been different, but at the end of the day, that's not a real obstacle. The song I offer up to the Virgin Mary is filled with gratitude toward all of them, as well as my love for the woman beside me. As the final note resonates through the hall. A wave of applause washes over us.
ありがとう
Blowing my hat to them, I silently send out gratitude. As the applause continues to rain down, they all bow in return, as there's a beautiful preacher on stage with me. Look up with prayers, you're completely beautiful. Yes, just as the name of the hymn says.
ネリ
It would be nice, yeah. On the other hand, there cannot be that much left. Like, we are almost there. Taking her willowy hand in mine, I lean in and bring my lips to her ear.
僕の頼みを聞いてほしい
Even as the snow falls around me, I don't feel cold as I make my way through the forest. As I tread through the virgin snow, I think of the Christmas party that must now be in full swing. The elaborate European-style decorations adorning the dining room, the spread of food labored over by the cooking club.
エッグノッグとチキンだけはもう少し食べてくればよかったかな
The memory of the delicious seasonal fare that only comes around once a year brings a wry smile to my lips. The Sasaki sisters and Sukun had cooked and served it. The cake that had been a little too sweet, but couldn't the same be said for my joyous day-to-day life?
しまったサンタクロース姿の衣装写真に撮っておけばよかった
To really get into the spirit of things, they'd all change into their Santa outfits, skirted versions, although of course not short enough to be risked. The sight of Sukun was quite stimulating enough, obviously, but there was something tempting about Yaiga-kun too. The girl's got great legs.
立花君と高崎君に怒られてしまうな
I imagine capturing the two beauties on camera. I can just picture the other halves glaring at me too. I can also see Sister Basquiat hiding her smile behind her hand, and the Sasaki sisters pestering me to take their photo as well. A precious life I want to protect. However,
守るだけではダメなんだ
coming to a stop, I stare up through the thickly falling snow. The life I've built here at the academy is irreplaceable. I donned a mask and worked my hardest, all to secure a place for myself, a place I could be with Nini. The result was that I found myself a literal place in the position of president of the Council of Nicaea. All the council members were kind, good people. Surrounded by calm, Nini and I were both able to relax.
それでいいと思っていた
The only threat was change. It required considerable effort to maintain the status quo. But then I think of her, the girl is changing herself and pushing her way forward. I'd be lying if I said she hadn't affected me. I'm in awe of how forthright she is about her feelings.
だからこんなバカな真似をしている
At the end of our final hymn in the chapel, I had leaned in and said to her,
僕の告白を受け入れてくれるなら今夜9時に秘密の湖への入り口に来てほしい
I Thinking back on Nie's bewildered expression, I smiled self-deprecatingly. For Neri, accepting my feelings would mean giving up everything. Abandoning her fate would amount to discarding the entire identity she's cultivated up until now. She would have to renounce all the years she's dedicated to it, and turn her back on the teachings of the father she so looks up to.
私に選択を迫る資格はない。
The cold snow falls onto my upturned face as I wait for Nini Nekomikado. Pulling my watch from the bag I brought along, I checked the time.
そりゃそうだよな。
The hands have already passed 9:30. Even without this undeniable record of the passage of time, I knew from the layer of snow building up on my cardigan just how long it had been. Somehow I hadn't noticed the cold before, but now an icy chill creeps up through the soles of my feet, crawling over my thighs and sending a shudder down my spine. Tracing a finger down my cheek, I find it cold as ice, but
未練だな。
my frozen legs don't feel like carrying me back to the dorms. Because in my mind's eye, I'm watching Nini Nekomikado as she was when we were young. The Nini who brought me out of my shell. I'll never forget the way she held out her hand to me when she taught me the handshake of friendship.
君が私を救い上げてくれたんだ。
In a classroom with everyone smiling and laughing around me, only I didn't
君
belong.
は私へ話しかけてくれた。
The wonderful Wizard of Oz. Well, it was only the most tenuous of connections. I'm so grateful that it proved to be the impetus for our friendship.
ネリー、もう私を助けに来てはくれないの。
I gaze out at the path through the woods. No silhouette appears through the snow. Feeling like they don't belong to me, I lift my frozen feet. And with memories of our childhood in my heart, I click the heels of my silver slippers together 3 times. Sure is. Not what you expected. Hmm.
But is it though?
待たせたわね、ゆずりは。
I slowly lift my head at the sound of a faint voice. A voice that echoes like the distance.
I can't read that fast.
ネリ、
Amidst the billowing snow, her cheeks glowing red, stands Nini Komikado.
都合のいい幻だ。
Yet I can't help but stretch out my hand toward the phantom, toward my beloved best friend.
ゆずりは。
The hand of mine is warm, gently but quickly dispelling the illusion. She's really here.
ネリナ、どうしてここに。
Sometimes because some sentences you can easily read and some are like, what the hell?
かかとを3度鳴らしたら助けに来る。そう約束したでしょ。
As she speaks, I see both the little girl with braided hair from the past and the grown woman of the present. Two images blend together, and I whisper that I do remember.
2人で交わした大切な約束だ。
She reaches out to touch my cheek. Fingers tremble slightly from the shock of the cold, but continue to gently caress my skin as though to melt the ice. My frozen heart is melting too, but
君が来てくれて嬉しい。けれど僕を受け入れてくれるということは全てを捨てる決意をした。
the angel before me smiles and holds up her bulging bag.
私はあなたと共に生きると決めたの。健やかなる時も。
What tears well up in my eyes and spill out to fall down my cheeks. Nina feels the same way.
信仰を捨て、学院を捨て、全てを捨てる。残ったのは私とあなただけ。
Seeing her smiling softly at me, I feel like if I died right now, I'd die completely happy. Don't fucking die. Woo! Unable to contain the emotion swelling within my chest, I wrap my arms around her waist. Her body's slight, but it's soft and warm. The scent of lily of the valley envelops us.
ネリナ、君が好きだ。どうしようもなく愛しているんだ。私もあなたのことが好き。誰よりも何よりも。
She closes her eyes and we press ourselves together like we're trying to transmit all the emotions we felt since the months and years dissolved together in the heat of our lips, mingling into an inseparable whole. Now get back inside before you both die of hypothermia. I saw little eyes open and lock onto mine. Absolutely euphoric, I reach for her again.
甘えたがりね、ゆずりは。
I respond by rubbing the tip of my nose against hers. Hypothermia.
行こう。ネリ。
Imagine explaining that.
二人でなら何も怖く
How
ない。
the people get their tongues stuck somewhere. outside. There's only one emotion shining in the girls' eyes as they gaze at one another. Love. A love that shines bright and perfect like the full moon. They found happiness right before and they're not dying. Hand in hand, Yuzuriya, Yatsushita, and Nini Komikado set off together, though through the unmarred white snows and beyond the wall. And Yuzuriya Yatsushita prays to God from the heart for the very first time, vowing that no matter what hardship awaits them, she will never let go of his hand again. I cannot read anymore today. What the fuck is going on? Like, it's worse than usual. Whoa! There it is! Yeah! See, now you know why this is the screen you get after reaching this ending, where we started off with this. Because, you know, my playthrough has it all already, that's why. Except there's one more scene if you get all of the endings. She speaks those words, giving up the name of the key I've been seeking. I felt like claws are scratching at the inside of my chest. A familiar but unwelcome feeling, like I've stepped on the tail of some repulsive creature. As I struggle to push past the loathsome feeling, Yatsushita-senpai continues. She speaks of the statue of the Virgin Mary and of how it's stepping on a snake. I see it every morning, yet I've never noticed a snake beneath her feet. The tulpa of agape. Hearing those words, I taste bile. Would it be better to vomit it up or fight to keep it down? The urge to vomit rises every time I think of my stepmother, bringing a disgusting feeling to my throat. A cold sweat stands out of my forehead and drenches my body. No, this is an extra scene to prepare you for the next game, which is canon to the story if you get all endings that this game features. We only did the true ending because that's just what we do on stream, because honestly, the other endings are good, but this is a series and it keeps going, and I've played them before and I am not going to sit through them again, because it's a lot of skipping through text just to see them. But this still belongs to the actual game, so... Yatsushita-senpai says my name. I think maybe she's concerned by the green tinge to my skin, but it seems that's not the case. She stares hard into my face, but her eyes aren't really looking at me. Her gaze is directed into the distance. Then she tells me she gave me a farewell gift. Information she gained from an incident 1 year ago. Something scratches against my insides again, bringing with it another wave of revulsion. I ask her what that information might be. I hear her voice as though from far, far away. Almost in proportion, I feel the shadow of my Yuri Kosaka draw closer. Yes. Yatsushita-senpai is still gazing at me with eyes that seem directed to something far off, but terribly important. In the brief moment before I can form any words, I become cognizant of the deep silence surrounding us, as though we were at the bottom of the ocean. Silence settles heavily on my shoulders, and the sweat that was covering my body is replaced by a startlingly piercing cold. I think back on when I first resolved to pursue this. Summer had passed by like the clouds slowly drifting across the sky. I had stood before the mirror in my autumn uniform, gazing at my reflection. I smiled, but the smile on the girl in the mirror was distant and awkward, her mind made up. Yes, it was on that day, that night in the chapel, that I received those fateful words from Yatsushita-senpai. promise you, there's literally only humans here. No matter what the game is trying to tell us, there is only humans here. Deducing that the Counts of Nikaya, Yuzuriya Yatsushiro, knew something about the disappearance of Mayuri Kosaka, I begged her. I begged her to tell me where she had gone. But Yatsushiro-senpai told me it was better I not know. At the same time that I despaired, I rejoiced because it proved that she knew the circumstances surrounding Mayuri's disappearance. So I pressed her forcefully. I didn't care what became of me. I just wanted to know what had happened to Mayuri. And animals. Okay, fair. After some hesitation, Yatsushiro-senpai offered me a deal. In return for her giving me the key to solving the mystery, I would have to become the president of the Council of Nikaya. Yatsushiro-senpai seemed shocked when I accepted her terms. Perhaps she had assumed that someone as timid and introverted as me would balk. Or, if I did accept, I'd take my time about it. But I didn't have the time. I wouldn't waste a single minute, a single second. I wanted to see Mayuri again. I spoke a line like some kind of badass heroine from a movie. Checking that the girl in the mirror reflected myself, I adjusted my necktie. Then, bathed in the gentle light of the morning sun, I headed over to the bed to wake the deeply slumbering Rika-san. Rika. Alright, she's not a morning person. In order to fulfill the terms of Yatsushiro-senpai's deal, I sought out the conditions for taking on the position of president of the Council of Nikaya. As it turned out, even to put myself forward as a candidate, I would have to either receive high praise as class president or get excellent grades in the mid and end of term exams. Have the recommendation of 2 or more current members of the council, the recommendation of 1 or more faculty members, attend a discussion panel and win the support of 4 or more members of a panel consisting of both council and faculty members, and after all of that I would be qualified to stand as a candidate, and the final decision would come down to votes in an election. As I wasn't class president, I first busied myself with studying for the exams. The vague definition of excellent grades troubled me, so I decided to think about it in the simplest way possible. I just have to come top in every subject. Easier said than done. Still, without anyone noticing, I quietly devoted myself to my studies in preparation for the end-of-term exams. However, just before Halloween, the shapeshift of the dorm incident came along, a splash of cold water on my fiery resolve. I deduced the culprit and their motive from the information I heard from my classmates and Yatsushiro-senpai, the scars on my heart reopening. The fear that Yatsushiro-senpai would see right through my silly emotions and that the offenders would be judged. But she took those feelings into consideration and came up with the biggest compromise possible. And thanks to that, Halloween arrived safely as I smiled and laughed with my dear amitié partner. Oh, it's an entire fucking point of view from Seoul, oh my god, really? Why am I lagging? Hello? Oh boy.
すごくかっこよくしているから大丈夫。安心して。
I said to Rika-san, who seemed genuinely concerned. She smiled up at me as I continued doing her makeup.
心配なんかしてないわ。ただ私ばかりに時間を取られてスオンさんの方がおざなりになっているというか。
Rika-san had already done my bloody makeup in preparation for the party that night. I hadn't looked in the mirror, but I was certain it was plenty good enough.
そんなことない。十分よ。
Oh yeah, not as skilled.
まだうまくできなくて。
She looks like someone tore apart her face.
そうなんだか普通のメイク道具だけじゃないものも使っているみたいだけど。
せっかくだからリッカさんをかっこよくしたいの。時間がかかりすぎて疲れちゃった。
そんなことないわ。その人に顔を触られているのって心地いいし。
I felt the same way. I hadn't realized that having your makeup done by someone else would be so relaxing.
私もよ。きっとリッカさんにメイクしてもらったからね。
スオさん。
Eyes brimmed with friendship as she gazed at me. Yep, the makeup around her eyes had turned out perfectly too.
あとは額の方をこれを付け足すと多足かしら。
Rika-san smiled at me as I mumbled to myself.
何？
なんだか最近張り詰めていたみたいだから。
I tried not to let it show, but of course Mammy Tia had picked up on it.
私ホラーやサスペンスものとか苦手だから ハロウィンの行事を耳にした時、本当は嫌だったけど、スオーさんが楽しそうにしているし、今は本当に良かったって思っているの。
My nose stung and my eyes prickled hotly at her kindness, but I managed to hold back my tears for the sake of my makeup.
私、リッカさんが見てで本当に良かった。
私も八重垣さんと高崎さんみたいな関係になれればいいのに。
She murmured, her cheeks flushed, and I told her that we were like them.
それはどういう。
私にとってリッカさんはエリカさん的に言うと頼りになる相棒だわ。なんていうか、バットマンでいうロビンみたいな。
相棒。相棒。そうよね。
Her cheeks flushed darker as she nodded. I smiled and took a step back to take in her whole costume.
よし、これくらいにしておきましょう。あんまり繊細な細工にすると給仕するときに取れてしまうかもしれないし。
取れる？細工？
さあ、準備は済んだわ。そろそろダイニングルームに行きましょう。料理部のみんなが待ってる。
一度鏡を見てもいい？
Nope.
スオさんを信用してないとかじゃなくて。
No time for that. I primly told her she wasn't allowed.
互いにメイクするときに鏡は見ないって約束したでしょ。その方が面白いって。
それは。
みんなの反応でどんな風だか想像した方が楽しいって話したでしょ。大丈夫よ、リッカさんかっこいいわ。
本当？
Oh yeah, you look.
映画のマイ・フェア・レディを思い出すわ。メイクして見違えた。
それって下町生まれのお花売りの娘を一人前のレディーに育てるってお話よね。
Despite it being one of the most famous movies ever, she still had to check with me. I nodded. I mean, I've had the thing. My grandfather taught me that the point of a Halloween costume was to transform yourself into something terrifying. Dickerson still didn't look too convinced, but I gave her a little push on the back and we set off for the party in the dining hall. Yeah. Are we just going to see the entire game from her perspective now? I thought it was a short extra scene. Oh my god. After the fun of Halloween, we moved into the thick of autumn. As the leaves turned, so too did my efforts progress. I began my initial preparations for getting the recommendations of 2 or more current members of the Council of Nicaea. I looked into the backgrounds and personalities of the members. While I had the option of using my connection to Komikado-senpai, I was saving that for a last resort. People already knew that I was friends with both Komikado-senpai and Yatsushita-senpai. I couldn't have received a recommendation from the current president, Yatsushita-senpai, anyway. But I didn't want people to think I was a schemer trading off my friendships with them to get their recommendations. That was the conclusion I came to when I considered that once I was officially a candidate, I would be relying on votes from everyone in school. Yay, thank you! Good evening! Are we doing something special? Gay girls. Take priority. A little before plans were made for a hiking event hosted by the cooking club, I used the Sasaki's connections to strengthen my relationship with the second-year students. Thank you for the pets. Then came the wandering Wendigo of the Woods incident. Rumors that an apparition from the Seven Mysteries had appeared in the forest popped up as autumn was drawing to a close around the same time as the choir recital. If talk of the Wendigo blew up too much, we could have ended up in a situation like with the shapeshift of the dorms. I looked into it for Dika-san's sake as she was so excited about the choir recital. I arrived at the conclusion that revealing the origins of the rumors wouldn't help anyone. I also concluded that the rumors would probably die down soon, and so I decided to leave it all in Yatsushita-senpai's hands.
そして判断は正しかった。
Okay, empty text box. I thought to myself as I listened to Dika-san singing and let the older girl's rendition of Rainbow Magic soothe my ears. Short extra scene, fucking hell. Of course. Even as I was working to solve the 7 mysteries, I hadn't slacked off on my efforts to become the president of the Council of Nicaea. I was able to place top in all subjects in the end-of-term exams and received recommendations from the current council treasurer and auditor. Then with Dika-san's help from a faculty member too.
なぜニカイアの会の会長を目指すの？
It wouldn't have been strange for her to ask me, yet Yuka-san never did. However,
スオさんが会長を目指すなら、私は副会長になって支えるわ。
casting her doubts aside, she made this declaration to me. After all, that's what MET partners are for, she said. I was so happy to hear that. I had someone who accepted me completely. It's hard to put into words just how much that meant to me. Then,
リンゴさん、
just as I was finishing preparations to put myself forward as a candidate in the elections, like a bolt out of the blue, the news spread that Ringo-san and Yatsushita-senpai were dating. The fact that Ringo-san was dating the most popular girl in school drew a certain amount of jealousy from our classmates. The students who didn't know her so well were more obvious in their envy. In class, Rika-san and I curbed the worst of it, but I'm sure that she was being treated harshly when I wasn't around. Then the relationship crumbled after a painful incident. The Werewolf of the Bell Tower. I know, game. I read it. Ringo-san was attacked by a creature dredged up from old memories. A harsh, unforgivable crime, but also something of a lucky break if you pardon the pun. This was because news of the attack mitigated the envy directed her way. However, it also gave rise to new problems. Nirina Komikado confessed to being the werewolf of the bell tower, culprit behind the crime. The confession was known only to a few people. The only people present at the trial were the members of the Council of Nicaea and Sister Basquiat. And I had connections with both sides, particularly certain council members. Emotions swelled within me as I finished the panel discussion. When I received official acknowledgement of my candidacy, I confronted Yatsushita-senpai as she lay in bed. Through a conversation, I came to realize just how much anger was smoldering within me. I meant to encourage her, to reason with her gently, but when I stood before her, out of my mouth came words of rebuke.
コミカドネリネは高坂真由里です。
I asked her why, when I was reaching out for help, she wouldn't offer her hand. The words I'd uttered through my tears, as well as those of Erika-san and Ichiko-san, had cheered her up. Once she was back on her feet, Yatsushita-senpai resolved to deal with the werewolf of the bell tower. Then, no, that's all superfluous. The curtain came down on the werewolf of the bell tower incident with only myself, Yatsushita-senpai, and Erika-san knowing the truth. Then, free from fear for the future, I went ahead and made my campaign speech, putting myself forward for the presidency.
I know, game. I read the entirety of it. We just finished reading the entirety of it. Just give me the extra stuff.
On a pleasant winter morning, I awoke bright and early, forced myself from my warm bed, and suffered another equally pleasant feeling. My pledges had been approved, and I was officially going to be the next president of the Council of Nicaea. Yes, I had taken another step closer to Mayuri.
真由里、
Every time I said her name, the fire quietly smoldering in my heart spread through my body, filling it with tension. It wasn't nervousness, just my own wretched emotions.
もうすぐに。
The promised words of succession, upon receiving those, I'd be able to see her again. On earth as it is in heaven. Satisfied that the answer I had so desperately sought was right there ahead of me, Why are you blushing? Feeling like I've awoken from an eternal slumber, I let out a long, languid sigh of contentment. The fire in me is cooled. I lie in bed, gazing up at the ceiling.
真由里に会ったら何を話したらいいだろう。
Should I criticize her for leaving the academy without a word to me? Or should I start by telling her everything that's happened since she left?
何も思いつかない。
There's too much I want to say. Feeling the cool, clear light of winter against my cheeks, I think of Mayuri Kosaka, the girl with a smile like a sunny spring day. I'm sure that the moment I see that smile, I'd be rendered speechless. The words rolled out of my lips, killed by the desire to simply feel her in my arms.
図書室でのあの夜、
When Mayuri and I had opened ourselves up to one another, an undeniable magnetism drew us together. When I lost her, at first I wished I could scrap away all our memories up to that point. I felt that if it was causing her to suffer, then it would be better if what had occurred between us just disappeared.
でも今は違う。
My heart and my body still want her so much, and I'm sure she too. But
もし過去を断ち切った素振りをされたらどうしたらいいの？
she's already thrown away her feelings and written us off as belonging to the past. As soon as the odious thought strikes, a chill runs through me, and it feels like the air around me thins.
悪い方へ考えるのは
Sure is.
私のいけない癖だわ。
Smile sardonically at the realization that even though I haven't yet been reunited with my yuri, I'm already going through all the emotions in my imagination.
バカみたい。
I say the words out loud, then I look to the clock and ask him if he thinks I'm an idiot. The clock is wise. He knows it's better to remain silent, but silence is golden when it comes to this kind of troublesome question. I stare intently at the hands of the clock, waiting my own internal clock to sync up with reality. Time to get up. Time to wash my face, do my hair, put on my uniform, and wake Rika-san. Fixed motions of a regular morning. Feeling buoyant, I get out of bed. The glow of hope in my heart has made my body light, but things aren't going to be that simple. There's always a new obstacle to overcome. From bumps in the floor that trip me slightly, to cliffs that could send me plummeting down into the abyss. While the depth and height may differ, they're guaranteed to crop up. No, a cliff isn't the right metaphor. It's more like
まるで使い勝手のいいゴミ箱のように。
all kinds of problems get tossed my way, and the most recent of them is that Yatsushita Senpai refuses to tell me the words of succession that will be the key to getting my yuri back. She must have some reason. She's not a bad person. I know that, and yet I can't help but look at her with anger in my eyes. Even when she was chatting amiably with the Sasakis in cooking club, I turned my reproachful gaze on her. I was all mixed up. I was all mixed up, not knowing what to do when my métier partner Rika Hanabishi spelled it out for me. As I was agonizing over it,
八代先輩から伝言を頼まれたの。
she told me,
クリスマスのミサの前に伊豆肉へ来てほしいって。
those words were like the music of angels to my ears. Something changed with her. Had the cogs inside her mind turned or been replaced entirely? Unable to stop myself, I'd hugged Rika-san, then counted down the days to Christmas. And now it's arrived. The day my fate will change.
スオくん。スオくん。
At first her voice is just noise to me, like the rumble of distant thunder. And then the sight of Yatsushita Senpai, her figure indistinct like I'm looking at her through a goldfish bowl, brings me back to the present. I received the key that will bring me to Mayuri. I can feel sweat clinging to my body. Yatsushita Senpai puts a hand to my cold, clammy forehead.
ひどい顔色だ。椅子に座るといい。
With a hand on the small of my back, she ushers me toward her desk, but I shake my head.
構いません。もう一つの鍵の話をお願いします。
しかし、
Bowing my head, I plead with her again. The nausea still hasn't subsided, but I can't lose this chance. After staring intently into my face for a moment, she relents.
僕が君へ与える選別だが、以前聖堂で君が挙げた疑問、
She touches the back of her head.
温室で怪我をしたのを本当に事故だったのかを尋ねた問いだが、
Oh, we're going back that far.
それは誰に襲われたのですか？
僕の口からは言えない。
I bite down on my lip. She's dodging my questions again. With a cynical smile, Yatsushita Senpai turns toward her desk, pulls out a notebook, and runs a pen across the page. Still fighting back nausea, I watch her in silence.
犯人の名を口にすることはできないが、アガペのダルマ、高坂真由里へと通じる。
Staring at the page from the notebook, she hands it to me.
ここにある。
What she's written on the paper isn't any profound statement, nor the name of the culprit. Written there is, I will fucking end this game. The name of a place. Pushing aside my impatience, I wait for Christmas Eve to pass. The place written on the note isn't within easy walking distance. It's not close enough for me to slip out of the dining hall where people are celebrating after Mass. After a night where I don't sleep a wink, I run through my usual morning routine, go to class, and deal with any issues that have occurred in Izmir. Then at last I set off
for the place former President Yuzuriya Yatsushita gave me.
このまままだまっすぐよね。
Snow has obscured the landscape. Squinting down at the note, I trudge on through the forest, unfamiliar in its white coat, without stopping. A breeze caresses my bare neck and makes the paper flutter in my hand. Rubbing my throat, I hurry onward. A sudden chill on my cheek makes me look up. Snow has started to swirl down from the leaden sky like an ephemeral pet. Nothing in my brain suggests I should turn back before it becomes a real blizzard. I pursued ever onward by the need to check this place out for myself. However, to be honest, I'm only half convinced I'll find it. I have my doubts as to whether this place that supposedly holds the key actually exists. But despite my uncertainties, when I arrive at the specified location, it's there. Run down, dilapidated, but the ruined chapel is there, just as she wrote. It's quite far removed from the academy, causing more questions to arise. Why here? Screwing up my eyes through the thickening snow, I examine the chapel. Was the chapel that currently stands beside the academy built after this one collapsed for some reason? I've looked through the almanacs of St. Anglican Academy, but the school has always stood in the same spot. So why would a chapel be built so far away from it?
それともここは何かの祭儀で使っていたとか。
Chapel that didn't see regular use. An inspection of the ruins suggests to me that the cause of its collapse was fire. Areas of the crumbling plaster walls are blackened with soot. It's covered up with snow, but I can still tell that it didn't happen recently. Feels like it burned years ago. No, decades ago.
これが何を意味しているっていうの。
A burned down chapel. Sure, it's given me questions that could provide stepping stones for me. But how is this a key?
何かを見逃している。
The snowstorm is raging harder, the wind roaring in my ears, interfering with my concentration. Ignoring the noise as best as I can, I narrow my eyes to stare at the ruins through the falling snow. What happened here? Why is there no mention of this chapel in the Academy's almanacs? I rub the frozen tip of my nose with my finger. My eyes fall on the note still clutched in my
こ
hand.
れは
There's a circle drawn around the words chapel ruins, but what catches my attention now is a check mark that sits outside the circle.
聖堂跡からずれているわ。
The circle around the words emphasizes them, and I thought that the check mark was just to provide further emphasis, but raising my arm across my face to shield myself from the blizzard, I set off to search the area around the room. The snowstorm rages harder, as though trying to prevent me from reaching the place I seek. The weather is now so wild it's going to be quite a hindrance when I set off back to the school. But it's like a fever has gripped me and I can't stop in my search. Even as the wind whips my hair around, I struggle through the drifts of snow toward the rear of the ruins. Then, a conspicuous tree catches my eye. Of course the forest is full of trees, but something about this one stands out. It's a different species.
岩床の木だわ。
I can identify it thanks to my grandfather, whose hobby was horticulture. Standing alone, it immediately drew my attention, but it's also the only tree of its type around. Then, hidden under the tree, something solid holds beneath the snowdrift.
もしかして墓標？
At first I thought it was just a piece of rubble from the ruins, but as I stare at the blanket of snow, I see that the elderberry tree is covering a gravestone in the shape of a cross. And I instinctively know that this gravestone, this is the key Yatsushiro-senpai had wanted to give me. With shaking hands, I brush away the snow. There, beneath the powdery layer of snow, Roman letters are carved into the stone. Narrowing my eyes against the icy blasts of wind, I read them over and over. But no matter how many times I read the name, it stays the same. As I wrestle with the truth laid out before me, I read the inscription on the gravestone out loud. The tale progresses to the final season. Yep. There it is. The actual end to this game. We're winning, yeah, we're winning. We did. Oh god, so sorry. Yay! Hooray! Yep, I know. That is it. Because this is the scene you only unlock when you've read all of the other endings this game has for you. Because the funniest thing about Flower 3 is basically there's 2 endings you can get on your first run, one of them being the true ending. And the other one being the Dingo's ending, I think. And once you've unlocked the true ending, you can get needed. No, I think. Oh, this is very weird. You can get the true ending right off the bat, and then you can go for neediness and Dingo's in subsequent runs, and also one other ending that I don't know. I guess they thought had to be done for some reason I don't quite follow. You guys can look up all of the endings that are available for this game if you so want to. We only did the true ending and this extra scene to prepare us for the next game. Thank you for the posture tag, by the way. Because going through the other options to reach the parts, like I do have the save somewhere still, definitely. We could use these old saves to get all of that stuff, but I'm not gonna. If anyone wants to look up the other endings, I'm sure you can find them somewhere. Because this means we only have one more Flowers games left, which is Winter. Which, for once, I have not yet played before. So that's going to be interesting once we actually get to it. It came out in 2022. Yeah, it was quite a while. I'm looking forward to it though. We're not gonna get immediately into that one though, we're gonna play something different in between, but this year maybe finally 2024 will be the year we finish the Flower series completely. I've heard like different opinions on the full ending to the whole series. Like not every mystery is apparently gonna full closure, but I'm gonna wait until I actually see it for myself. And that's gonna go. But yeah, with a full hour of overtime, we did it. We finished another game. Thank you for a nice stream. No, thank you for coming by. Thank you for coming to this nice Sunday stream. That's another game to the list of finished games. Satisfying and intuitive can be really hard. It definitely. But I'm interested in seeing it. You know, no, thank you. And seeing as it is a Sunday, a late Sunday stream, I'm gonna take the chance to send us over to our favorite pink-haired cat girl because I feel like we haven't been over there in a while. Let me just type this correctly. Here's the right message. But yeah, have a good night everyone. Thank you so much for coming by. I'll post the schedule in a bit, but it's basically what was supposed to be this week as well, except I'm planning on starting World of Horror next week. Happy thank you TK, good night. I'm gonna start World of Horror next week. And then more Pocket Mirror on Friday. Hopefully get over my nerves a little more. And Final Fantasy on Saturday, so. Yippee! Have a good night everyone. Oh, the fire! Yeah! Have a good night everyone. I'll see you all very very soon. I do not like that I'm once again frozen. We'll just wait for that to catch up. I don't know what's happening. Have a good night. I'll see you all soon. Bye bye.
Boob. Bye. Good night. Night night. Bye bye bye.